Chapter 852. Just when Jiuying wanted to activate the third head by instinct, Yi Chen was faster than him. He pointed at him from afar again, and another wisp of black energy hit one of his heads like a hot knife through butter. Bang! Under everyone's shocked gazes, one of Jiuying's heads exploded first, causing the other two heads to explode one after another. A scarlet mist of blood rose into the air. Meanwhile, Jiuying's body fell heavily into the water. A soul shot out from his body. Subsequently, Yi Chen grabbed it in his hand and shattered it. The young master of the Ghoul sect, one of the supreme paragons, Jiuying, had died in the blink of an eye. The entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with extreme shock. After killing more than 10 paragons, this person had killed Pink Prince and the young master of the Ghoul sect, Jiuying. His combat prowess could practically be ranked at the top of the supreme paragons. Too powerful. This person is really too powerful. Who exactly is he? Why have we never seen him before? Could he be the massacre Azura that hasn't appeared for a long time? Fu Qiuchan and the rest were horrified. From the beginning until the end, Yi Chen did not move at all. It was as if he was rooted on the surface of the water. He looked at Zhong Rui and the rest slowly with his cold eyes. Who else? Who else? The three extremely short words seemed calm, but they revealed a sense of looking down on all living beings and being indifferent to life and death. His killing intent was directed at Zhong Rui, Star Sect Shang Xingqian, Witchcraft Sect Saintess and Miaoi, Corpse Sect Fatty Wu, Spirit Talisman Sect Tuobelong, and the rest. The people around were so shocked that they could not speak. Yi Chen's act of killing paragons was too heaven-defying, arrogant. At that moment, the remaining supreme paragons snapped back to their senses from the shock of Jiuying's death. They could not help but feel furious after hearing Yi Chen's arrogant words. They were supreme paragons. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? If they did not dare to fight today, not only would they embarrass themselves, even the supreme sects behind them would become a laughing stock. Boom! The Star Sect Shang Xingqian was the first to lose his patience and took the lead to attack. With a stomp of his feet, a star chart descended from the sky and covered him. It was obviously daytime, but everyone noticed that 7 bright stars had suddenly appeared in the sky. They were Dubhi, Merak, Fekta, Migraz, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. At that moment, Shang Xingqian was enveloped by the power of the 7 stars. His entire body shone with an intense starlight. From afar, he looked like a star lord who controlled the stars. On the other hand, that star diagram was something unique to the Star Sect, the 7-star treasure diagram. It could allow cultivators to receive the power of the Big Dipper and borrow the power of the Big Dipper to suppress the world. Suppress him. Shang Xingqian activated the power of 7 stars and turned it into 7 pillars of light that held up the sky as they charged at Yi Chen. They pierced through space and tried to suppress everything. Too strong. Seeing this scene, Fu Qiuchan was shocked. Is this senior brother Shang's true combat strength? Even the elders of the sect wouldn't be a match for such combat strength, right? Since senior brother Shang is personally attacking, that brat shouldn't be a match for him, right? Although Yu Kuin was unwilling to admit it, he still said subconsciously, "Break." Yi Chen's expression remained the same. He slapped his palm in an extremely simple manner at the power of the 7 stars that was pressing down on him. The unfathomable power of the 7 stars in everyone's eyes collapsed with a bang under his palm, turning into starlight that dissipated. Shang Xingqian retreated continuously, his face filled with shock. Fu Qiuchan and the rest were stunned. Let me experience it too. The Spirit Talisman Sect's eldest senior brother, Tuobelong, let out a long roar and leaped at Yi Chen. A green talisman suddenly shot out from his hand. As soon as the green talisman rose into the sky, it turned into a giant mountain that could hold up the sky and press down at Yi Chen from above. It was the mountain talisman of the Spirit Talisman Sect. Once it was used, a small talisman could turn into a mountain that was enough to fill rivers and seas. You want to compete with me in the Tao of talismans? Yi Qin smirked in disdain. He tapped lightly and pointed at the air. A purple talisman shot out from his sleeve. A huge illusory figure suddenly appeared in the void. As soon as this illusory figure appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into it in a frenzied manner. Almost in the blink of an eye, the shadow suddenly condensed into a golden-armored giant. The giant roared the sky and swung its fists at the mountain that was pressing down on him. Rumble! The entire world shook violently. Under everyone's shocked gazes, they saw the giant mountain that Tuoba Long from the Spirit Talisman sect was smashed by the golden-armored giant. Countless rubble fell in all directions. It was Yi Chen's golden-armored warrior talisman. Tuoba Long spat a mouthful of blood and looked dispirited. He cried out in shock, how do you know the Tao of talismans? Let me try. The young wisdom king of Buddhism, Fan Zhen, who had been silent all this while, pressed his palms together. His body suddenly emitted dazzling Buddhist light, as if he was plated with a layer of gold. As the Buddhist light rose into the sky, it eventually condensed into a gigantic swastika. The swastika spun crazily in the space and suppressed Yi Qin. Boom! Yi Qin soared into the sky and waved his golden fist. He threw it at the swastika in a simple yet domineering manner. As the space shook violently, the swastika was instantly blasted apart by his punch. Young Wisdom King Fan Zhen grunted as blood flowed from her 7 orifices. The world fell into a dead silence, and countless gazes were twitching. Many supreme paragons attacked one after another. They unleashed their most powerful attacks, but they were still broken by Yi Qin casually. His combat strength surpassed almost all the supreme paragons. Too powerful, he was simply too powerful. The faces of Zhong Rue and the rest, who had yet to attack, twitched. There was deep fear in their eyes as they looked at Yi Qin. When the 3 supreme paragons joined forces, their battle prowess was enough to wipe out the forces of the 3 sects and 4 groups. However, they were still no match for Yi Qin. Oh my! Fatty Wu from the corpse sect was chewing on a sugar cane. When he saw that, he almost broke his front teeth. Where the F***CK did this monster come from? 20 years ago, Shi Qianhan appeared. Half a year ago, Yu Wushuang appeared. Now this guy has appeared. Do you still want me to live? I'm very tired from cultivating. The flesh on Fatty Wu's face trembled rapidly. This world is too dangerous. I'd better return to the extreme north. After saying that, he patted the golden-armored corpse beneath him. The golden-armored corpse immediately soared into the sky and turned into a golden ray that shot into the distance. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qin lifted his head slowly and grinned at the supreme paragons. It's my turn! With that, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Mountain embracing seal. As he said those 3 words calmly, a huge mountain covered the sky. It was majestic as it pressed down on Zhong Rue and the rest. Heaven and earth trembled. P.S. The 4th chapter has been updated for today. I'll make up for the missing chapters. I've been running around for the past few days. I'll be done when I'm done. Finally, I hope for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 853. Mountain Embracing Seal. Yi Qin crossed his arms in front of his chest. As he said those 3 extremely calm words, a huge mountain soared through the sky. It was majestic as it pressed down on the young master of Dao sect, Zhong Rue, and the rest. Heaven and earth trembled. Mountain embracing seal. This was a divinity that belonged to the 72 earthly fiend arts. It could activate a huge mountain out of thin air to suppress everything, and its power was monstrous. The moment he took out the mountain embracing seal, the entire world was filled with extreme shock. Everyone's gazes froze before twitching. On the other hand, Shang Xingqian's expression finally changed. Even when Yi Chen killed Pink Prince and Jiuying, the two supreme paragons, they were not as shocked as they were now. The huge mountain in the sky was simply too real. Even though they were far away, it was still suffocating. It was as if Mount Tai was collapsing in front of them. Many people felt their bodies go limp and they fell to the ground uncontrollably. Rumble, the huge mountain in the sky descended from the sky, and it was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. It quickly suppressed the few supreme paragons, and the might caused Shang Xingqian, who was standing closest to it, to bleed from his ears and nose. 7-star treasure map, open. Shang Xingqian's expression changed drastically. He could not care too much and immediately summoned the 7-star treasure map with all his might. The 7-star treasure map soared into the sky and drew the power of the 7 stars in the sky to form a star power barrier in front of him. However, it was crushed by the huge mountain in the next moment. At the same time, the 7-star treasure map above Shang Xingqian's head also turned into dust. The huge mountain was like the sky, unstoppable. It was extremely heavy and could almost fill rivers and seas. How could he resist it? Boom! The huge mountain continued to suppress him. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Shang Xingqian was suppressed by the huge mountain. His weak body instantly turned into countless pieces in front of the huge mountain. Even his soul did not have time to escape. The number 1 true disciple of the Star Sect, Shang Xingqian, was dead. Another supreme prodigy was slain. This is too terrifying. Counting carefully, 3 supreme geniuses from the 3 sects and 4 houses have been killed. Could it be that they want to kill all the geniuses today? Chaos! The Kunlun ruins is going to be in chaos. The deaths of 3 supreme paragons will definitely cause a commotion. Isn't this person afraid that the supreme giants will suppress him? The heavens and the earth were deathly silent. Countless spectators gasped repeatedly, and they were unable to conceal the astonishment on their faces any longer. Fu Qiuchan and the others in the crowd were stunned. Yu Kuan gulped and said, "Senior brother Shang died just like that." Fu Qiuchan gritted her teeth and glared at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. Who exactly is this person? Even senior brother Shang is not his match. Following Shang Xingqian's death, the other supreme geniuses finally felt a sense of danger. Tuo Belong from the Spirit Talisman sect roared, "Daozi, what are you waiting for?" Everyone could not help but look at Dao Sect's Daozi, Zhuang Rui. Among all the supreme paragons, apart from the Sword Sect's first peaks, Sword Sun, and the 9th peaks Yi Wushuang, Dao Sect's Daozi was the most powerful and mysterious. Rumor had it that the other party was the reincarnation of the Dao Child. The so-called Dao Child was the heavenly realm's Taoist pill refinement boy, or a Taoist almighty who had violated the heavenly rules and was banished to the mortal world. He needed to experience the mortal world before he could return to the immortal world. Under everyone's gaze, Dao Sect's Daozi, Zhong Rui, looked at Yi Chen calmly. I have to say that you've really surprised me to be able to kill 3 supreme paragons consecutively. First, you used the purest finger technique to break Pink Prince's blood god scripture, then used the Tao of Talismans to break Jiuying's mysterious moon nascent transformation technique, and even brought a great mountain out of thin air to kill Shang Xingqian. He took a step forward and stood with his hands behind his back. A cool breeze blew, and his long hair fluttered. His temperament was ethereal. If I'm not wrong, you cultivate both magic and martial arts. As soon as he said that, the scene fell into dead silence. Everyone's gazes landed on Yi Chen. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. In the Kunlun ruins, where Tao and martial arts were clearly distinguished, martial Tao and spells represented 2 extreme paths. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to walk one path, let alone walk 2 paths at the same time. For thousands of years, almost no one could walk to the peak of both paths at the same time. However, Yi Chen cultivated both magic and martial arts. Judging from the methods he used to kill the 3 supreme paragons earlier, be it martial Dao or spells, he had reached an extremely high level. How could they not be shocked? Daozi squinted as he looked at Yi Chen. A smile gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. Unfortunately, I'm also a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Boom! He suddenly took a step forward, and his body immediately erupted with a fluctuation of origin energy that was like a tempestuous wave. The space where he stood was forcefully crushed by his stomp. Everyone was shocked that Daozi was also a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. This guy really hit it well. Tuo Belong and the rest subconsciously looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. I originally wanted to wait until I've reached the Emperor stage before exposing myself. Unfortunately, your appearance has piqued my interest. I'd like to see who's the #1 dual cultivator of magic and martial arts in the Kunlun ruins. Daozi looked at Yi Chen with fighting spirit. Before Daozi revealed his trump card, he was said to be able to fight against the Sword Sect's First Peak's Sword Sun. Now that he's revealed it, even that person from the Sword Sect is no match for him, right? Once Daozi appears, who can compete with him? That brat is dead for sure. Countless people shook their heads with bitter smiles. Clearly, they were extremely shocked. Are you done? If you're done, then die. Yi Chen took a step forward and held the sky with one hand. Great. Daozi smirked coldly and extended his right hand. 3 purple gleams erupted immediately and gathered into a purple saber. The saber gleam was like lightning. It grew to over 30 meters in the wind and slashed at Yi Chen. The might seemed to want to cut the mountain range and the sky. Is this a spirit saber formed purely from a martial artist's origin energy? I didn't expect Daozi's understanding of martial Dao to have reached such a level. This saber is enough to kill a pseudo-emperor. The expressions of the spectators changed. Yi Chen did not dodge at all. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he grabbed the blade that was slashing at him with one hand. His 5 fingers seemed to be glowing pure gold as he forcefully left a fingerprint on the blade. Daozi's saber can kill a pseudo-emperor, but he actually grabbed it with his bare hands? How terrifying of a physical strength does that require? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Someone cried out in surprise. Slash. Daozi's expression changed slightly. He activated the purple saber in his hand as if he wanted to cut off Yi Chen's entire arm. However, Yi Chen's hand held the blade tightly like an iron clamp. The light from his 5 fingers was dazzling, destroying everything. With a loud bang, the purple saber was broken by his 5 fingers on the spot. Die! Yi Chen stretched his hand out and grabbed Daozi's throat like lightning. He exerted strength in his arm and crushed Daozi's throat on the spot. His body fell powerlessly. This scene was extremely shocking. They had just exchanged blows, and Daozi was killed by his golden palm? Chapter 854. Substitute Bone. Yi Chen was the only one who looked at the Daoist son's body that was falling rapidly with surprise in his eyes. He had clearly broken the other party's throat just now, but in the end he discovered that as soon as the throat was broken, a trace of endless life force surged out and repaired it. Sure enough, just as Daoist child's corpse was about to fall into the water, it suddenly stopped. Then it turned into a red mist and shot into the sky, revealing Daoist child's figure once again. The Dao child didn't die? He's simply a monster. His throat was broken, but he's still alive. Dao child's methods are beyond our comprehension. Seeing this scene, the spectators were all shocked. Daoist child's face was deathly pale. His killing intent was rampant, and he was extremely resentful. You destroyed my immortal bone. I'm not human if I don't kill you. The reason why he was known as the Daoist child of Taoism. There was a strange bone in his body that was called the immortal bone. It could be used as a substitute when he was in a life-threatening situation. Now that it was destroyed by Yi Qin, it was equivalent to destroying everything he had. Dragon, transforming finger. Taoist sun roared into the sky. He extended his right hand, and his fingers were as clear as jade. He charged at Yi Qin through the air and shot a divine light that shot into the sky. Boom! The space in front of him suddenly exploded, and all the Yuan Qi went berserk. Then it turned into several thick dragon shadows. Dragon transformation finger. It's actually the supreme secret technique, dragon transformation finger, created by the Tao sect master Leishing himself. According to rumor, this secret technique is extremely profound and possesses the ability to seize the fortune of the heavens and the earth. Someone exclaimed in shock. Looks like Taoist child is going all out. Mountain embracing seal. Yi Qin struck out with a huge mountain, suppressing the void. The huge mountain immediately expanded in the air, almost towering into the clouds as it headed straight for the Taoist sun. Boom! The few dragon shadows that were as thick as mountains that Taoist child had unleashed trembled violently. The enormous pressure that they emitted caused the hearts of the people below to palpitate with fear and their guts to be torn apart. Bang! As the mountain continued to grow larger, one of the dragon silhouettes that was as thick as a mountain couldn't bear it any longer and collapsed with a loud bang. Suppress! Yi Qin's expression did not change. The mountain continued to press down. Taoist sun spat a mouthful of blood immediately, but he was still holding on bitterly because he knew that if he gave up now, he would be killed on the spot. Not good. Daozi is no match for him. Let's help Daozi together, or we'll all die. At that moment, Tuobalong's expression changed. He immediately roared and took a step forward. The witchcraft sect's holy maiden, and Miaoyi, the young wisdom king, Fan Zhen, and the others moved as well. Five Thunder's secret art, as urgent as law command. Tuobalong raised his arm and a Five Thunder talisman appeared in the sky. There was a sudden clap of thunder in the clear sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm descended from the sky and headed straight for Yi Qin. Vairocana seal. The young wisdom king of the Buddhist League, Brahmajan, made a hand seal, and a huge Buddha statue emerged from the clouds. The Buddha statue was so huge that it almost covered the entire void. The witchcraft sect's holy maiden held a black jar in her hand. She bit her finger and dripped a few drops of blood essence into the jar. Treasure, please appear! At that moment, endless black energy came out of the jar all of a sudden. The black energy soared into the sky. As everyone watched in shock, a red centipede that was close to 10 meters long roared and charged at Yi Qin from the black energy. It's the witchcraft sect's Earth Goo King, flying red centipede. It's said that this goo is extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. An Emperor stage cultivator once barged into the witchcraft sect, but his arm was still bitten off by this goo. TSK, the witchcraft sect only has a total of 3 Goo Kings. They're the Witchcraft King, the Earth Goo King, and the Heaven Goo King. I didn't expect in Miaoyi to bring the Earth Goo King with her. At that moment, the onlookers felt their scalps go numb. Yi Qin did not panic when faced with the 3 of them attacking at the same time. He shook his arm and unleashed the mountain embracing seal again. Another huge mountain soared through the sky. He ignored the 3 of them's attacks and continued to suppress Taoist sun. Is he crazy? He'd rather die than kill Taoist sun? Lunatic, he's really a lunatic. Yi Qin held 2 huge mountains in his hands. He had the strength to uproot the mountains, and his aura was unparalleled. He was like an immortal king that had descended. He was unstoppable as he smashed onto Taoist sun's body under his terrified gaze. Boom! The world shook and Taoist Sun Zongrui was smashed to death by the 2 mountains. His body was bloody and deformed. Then it turned into dust in the terrifying shockwave, and even his soul turned into ashes. At the same time, the attacks of the other 3 supreme paragons followed. The first was the bolt of lightning that descended from the sky. Yi Chen lifted his head slightly and roared at the sky. His emperor's might exploded completely. Did I tell you to come? Disperse! With a roar, the lightning stopped when it was less than 3 meters away from Yi Chen's head. Subsequently, it shot back at an extremely fast speed and eventually disappeared into the clouds. Everyone on the ground trembled as they watched this scene in a daze. The most shocked one was none other than Tuo Belong. It was the first time he had seen someone who could chase away lightning with a single word. Boom! The gigantic Buddha statue in the sky slapped down with one hand. It pressed down on Yi Chen like a god that wanted to destroy the world. Buddha? Yi Chen scoffed. His divine consciousness surged out of his mudball palace and turned into a giant golden sword made of telekinesis. The giant sword soared through the sky and slashed at the giant handprint in the sky. Rumble! With a loud bang, the giant handprint collapsed. The sword gleam did not slow down and directly slashed the giant Buddha statue in the sky. I'll kill you, bald donkey, sooner or later. Yi Chen's expression was cold. He lifted his head to look at the flying red centipede that was approaching him. Emperor's might surged in his eyes. Evil creature, look at who I am. The flying red centipede had been raised by the witchcraft sect for thousands of years. It had already gained intelligence. It could not help but look at Yi Chen's eyes when it heard that. However, what it saw was itself being dragged onto the immortal slaying platform. As blood splattered, its head was severed. Bang! The flying red centipede shuddered and fell into the water. It looked at Yi Chen while trembling. Its eyes were full of fear. That blade really scared it, as if it had experienced it for real. Everyone was in a daze. The Taoist son of Tao's sect was killed alive. What was even more shocking was that Yi Chen chased the lightning away with a single word, shattered the Buddha statue in the sky with a single slash, and scared the 3 Gu Kings of the witchcraft sect with a single word. Such methods were simply world-shocking and unheard of. On the other hand, Tuo Belong and the other 2 supreme paragons were so scared that they could not say a word. Their minds were buzzing. Yi Chen landed on the flying red centipede's back and turned his head slowly to grin at the 3 of them. It's your turn now! Run! Tuo Belong and the other 2 looked at each other. The fear in their hearts had reached its peak. Then they slapped the air at the same time and entered the void. You're only running now. It's too late. Yi Chen lifted his hand and grabbed at the air. The space where the 3 of them were shrunk violently. Subsequently, it turned into a vortex. 3 screams came from within, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. He looked around inexplicably, and his extremely calm voice shook the world. Who else wants to kill me? Chapter 855. Dead silence. The world fell into dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the figure standing proudly on the witchcraft sect's Gu King, the flying red centipede. They were shocked. With a wave of his hand, he killed 3 supreme paragons. From the beginning to the end, among the 1 mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups, apart from the supreme paragons of the Sword Sect and Purple Cap Mountain who did not come, there was also Fatty Wu from the Corpse Sect who ran away. A total of 7 supreme paragons had been killed. The entire Kunlun ruins was going to be shaken. Who else wants to kill me? As this voice that seemed calm yet contained extreme killing intent fell, it completely pulled everyone back from their daze. Run! No one knew who cried out, but it caused everyone to go berserk. They scattered like birds and beasts. They wished they had 2 more legs, afraid that Yi Chen would kill them too. Let's go too. Fu Qiu-chan suppressed the fear inside of her and dragged Fu Qingqing away. On the other hand, Fu Qingqing turned around as she walked. She still suspected that it was Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced in the direction where everyone was escaping. In the end, he did not chase after them. These people were just small fries. They were not worth his time. After taking off the bamboo hat on his head, he waved at the reed beside him. My dear daughter, come out. The little girl poked her head out timidly. She only walked out after seeing that there was no one around and pouted. Daddy, you killed again. Silly girl. Yi Chin picked her up and took off the bamboo hat on her head. He scratched her nose and said, If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. This is what I want to teach you. You can't be soft-hearted toward your enemies, or you'll suffer. Daddy, I want to cultivate too. The little girl hugged his neck tightly, and the hot air she exhaled hit his face. I want to help Daddy beat up the bad guys. I want to find Mommy, and I want to protect the baby in Mommy's stomach. I'll teach you cultivation when I find Uncle Wushuang, Yi Chin said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly looked at the forest at that moment. Do you need me to invite you guys out? The little girl was shocked. She looked around with her eyes wide open. Daddy, there's someone else? However, the forest was extremely quiet. Yi Chen smirked coldly and waved his sleeve. A few frozen, mysterious ice shot into the forest immediately. Subsequently, a woman's muffled groan was heard. The next moment, 3 figures appeared and quickly flew into the distance. Yi Chin carried Meng Meng and flashed. He appeared before the 3 of them within the blink of an eye. He realized that one of them was a lady. One of the men in green took out a long sword and slashed at Yi Chin. Second junior brother, take Ling R away! Stubborn fool! With a flick of Yi Chen's finger, a stream of true origin energy shattered his opponent's long sword immediately. The huge recoil sent his opponent flying. The other man charged at Yi Chin with all his might. Yi Chin walked to the first man, slowly after slapping him away. Don't kill my eldest senior brother. The girl called Ling. Oi's expression changed when she saw that. She stood in front of the man in green and looked at Yi Chan with hatred. We're from the Sword Sect's 9th peak. Elder Qing Xian won't let you off if you dare to kill us. Sword Sect's 9th peak? Yi Chin was slightly stunned when he heard that. After the green-robed man spat out a trace of blood, he pushed the girl away and said hurriedly, Senior, this is a misunderstanding. We have no ill intentions towards you. You guys are from the Sword Sect's 9th peak? After Yi Chan retracted the killing intent on his body, he lowered his head and looked at the 2 of them. His gaze could not be looked at directly. What's your relationship with Yi Wushuang? Why are you asking about youngest junior brother? The girl called Ling, R's pretty face changed. She then glared at Yi Chin fiercely. Don't even think about doing anything to youngest junior brother. The green-robed man behind her forced a smile when he heard that. This silly girl, you've already admitted your relationship with youngest junior brother. Wushuang is your youngest junior brother? Yi Chan was stunned too. He then said, If that's the case, we're family. Family? The 3 of them could not help but look at each other when they heard that. They had no idea what Yi Chin meant. Yi Chan smiled lightly when he sensed their confusion. You guys might not know this, but Wushuang is my brother. I'm here to look for him. Youngest junior brother has an elder brother. The 3 of them could not wrap their heads around it. A few seconds later, the green-robed man stood up and cupped his fists. Senior, are you really my youngest junior brother's elder brother? Of course. Yi Chan smiled proudly. Otherwise, why do you think I bid for Wushuang's sword? I didn't even hesitate to kill a few supreme paragons. Moreover, what's the point of lying to you guys? After saying that, he told them about Wushuang's appearance and personality. Only then did the 3 of them believe him. Meanwhile, Yi Chin knew their identities. The green-robed man was called Gu Quan, the eldest senior brother of the Sword Sect's 9th peak. The other man was called Li Kong, the second senior brother of the Sword Sect's 9th peak. As for the girl, her name was Hualing and she was ranked 8th. Gu Quan finally accepted this fact. I didn't expect youngest junior brother to have an elder brother like you. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. They had witnessed Yi Chen's ability. He had killed many supreme paragons consecutively. Perhaps only a supreme giant could suppress him. Hua Ling looked at Yi Qin vigilantly and suddenly said, "You don't look like youngest junior brother at all. Youngest junior brother is so handsome, but you're so ugly." Yi Chen was speechless. The little girl in his embrace was unhappy. She waved her little fists and said angrily, "You're the ugly one. My daddy is very handsome." Gu Quan hurriedly said, "Ling, don't be rude to Senior Yi." Yi Chen was not angry. Instead, he asked in confusion, "Why are the three of you watching me secretly?" "Senior Yi, there's something you don't know." Gu Quan sighed. After youngest junior brother was suppressed by the sword sect's first peak sword son, his sword was snatched away. Even elder Qing Xian couldn't get it back. In order to humiliate youngest junior brother, the people from the first peak deliberately auctioned his sword in the outside world. At this point, he shook his head slightly. The life and death battle between youngest junior brother and Su Qilin is imminent. Elder Qing Xian sold his magic weapon and asked the three of us to go down the mountain to redeem youngest junior brother's sword. In the end, it was bought by senior, so we could only follow him secretly. I see. After understanding the reason, Yi Qin could not help but laugh. At the same time, he was secretly touched by the three of them's friendship. In the next moment, a sword gleam bloomed in his hand. It was Yi Wushuang's sword. Yi Qin handed it to Gu Quan and said solemnly, "Please bring this sword back for me for Wushuang." Li Kong said, "Senior Yi, aren't you coming back to the sword sect with us?" "I still have important matters to attend to, so I can't go with you to see Wushuang for now. However, I'll definitely go within 7 days." Yi Qin shook his head lightly. Several bottles of medicinal pills landed in the hands of the three of them. "It's just a small gift. Please help me tell Wushuang that I believe he can win." Chapter 856. Gu Quan and the other two left in the end. Yi Qin only turned around and walked toward Border Dragon City after watching them leave. His gentle eyes were replaced by coldness again. The Shao clan's birthday celebration was about to be held. January 5th, 2019, in the Kungsu calendar. A mysterious man in a bamboo hat appeared and killed more than 10 paragons from major forces on the moat of Border Dragon City. Then he killed Pink Prince, young Master Jiuing, Star Sect's #1 true disciple, Shang Xingchen, Dao Sect's Daoist son Zhong Rui, Spirit Talisman Sect's eldest senior brother Tuo Belong, Witchcraft Sect Saintess Miaoi, Buddhism Sect's young Wisdom King Fanzhen, and the other supreme paragons. When the news spread, the entire Kunlun ruins was shaken. Who exactly is this man in a bamboo hat? Could it be that he was the successor of some mysterious orthodoxy that had been hidden from the world? How dare he slaughter the future elites of our Kunlun ruins? You guys have no idea. The scene was too tragic. This person was like a peerless god of death. He held a mountain in his hand and killed paragons continuously. He never stopped to rest. Even Dao Sect's Daoist son, Devil Sect's young master, Pink Prince, and the rest are no match for this person. He's simply too powerful. Countless forces were shocked and dumbfounded. When had such a major event ever happened in the history of the Kunlun ruins? Even if the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was destroyed, it would only be a small matter. But now, the paragons that were nurtured by many forces had died. There was no lack of supreme paragons from supreme sects among them. The 3 sects and 4 groups are going to go crazy. I reckon there will be supreme giants who won't be able to sit still. At that time, this person will definitely have no way out. What a pity. This person is such a monster. If he didn't kill like this, he might become a supreme giant in the future. At that moment, all the forces in the entire Kunlun ruins, including aristocratic families, sects, and sects, mobilized their energy to investigate Yi Chen's identity. In the Chasing Corpse sect in the extreme north, a fat man lost 10 kilograms of fat after hearing the news. Monster, monster. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, I would really be a dead fatty now. I won't go out even if you beat me to death. Border Dragon City, Shao Clan. A longtime elder of Shao Clan quickly walked into the secret room and said to the sinister and terrifying dark room, Old ancestor, it's bad. Someone has killed countless heavens chosen outside our Border Dragon City. Damn it, who is this person? Isn't this putting my Shao family on fire? An incomparably pale face suddenly appeared in the darkness. Pass down my orders, seal off 100 miles outside of Border Dragon City, and order the other 4 big ancient clans to send people to investigate. Even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground, they have to find this person. Within a private mansion in Border Dragon City, a woman dressed as a woman widened her beautiful eyes and looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief. Brother, what did you say? Someone killed 7 supreme paragons in a row. Taoist children of Taoism are among them. They were Luo Shueyao and Luo Tianya. Not bad. At this moment, Luo Tianya's aura was restrained like a deep ocean. He narrowed his eyes and said, This person is very strong, very strong. If I hadn't broken through, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him. Brother, why do I feel like this guy's way of doing things is similar to someone? Luo Shueyao suddenly slapped her thigh. Luo Tianya's eyes focused as a thought flashed through his mind. Are you saying that this person looks like Yi Qin? After coming out of closed-door cultivation, he found out what happened during his closed-door cultivation. He also found out that Yi Qin was not dead. Instead, he returned and almost severely injured the 5 ancient clans. Luo Shueyao smiled and said, That's right. When Yi Qin was in China, he killed many people consecutively and won every battle. It shouldn't be him. Luo Tianya shook his head slightly and said, You're underestimating the Taoist children of Taoism, Zhongrui, and the other supreme paragons. Although they're pseudo-emperors, it's impossible to kill them if the supreme giants don't attack. As for Yi Qin, I admit that he's extraordinarily talented and has unparalleled combat ability, but he's not that terrifying. In an auction house in Border Dragon City, Zhi, who was dressed in palace attire, looked at the information in her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. This person does have some tricks up his sleeve. I'm getting more and more interested. The old man in front of her said, respectfully, Young mistress, the 7 high sects have sent people to ask us about that person. Do you think we should announce it? Announce it. Zhi smirked coldly. Why? Now that the young one is dead, the old one can't sit still anymore. It serves him right to die, because he's inferior. Why should my purple cap mountain be his coolie? Looks like these people have forgotten who the master of Kunlun ruins is. In a mountain peak shrouded in immortal clouds in Kunlun ruins. Trash, a bunch of trash. The Star Sect's Grand Elder flung his sleeve and sent the elders in front of him flying. He was furious. You're telling me that this person suddenly disappeared? The few pseudo-emperor stage elders knelt on the ground with their heads on the ground. They trembled in fear and did not dare to resist. Investigate. Investigate. We must find out where this person is before the sect master and the other leaders of the supreme sects return. How dare you kill a member of my star sect? We must skin him alive, pull out his tendons, extract a soul, and refine his soul in order to restore the dignity of my star sect. The star sect's grand elders' roar shook the world. All the supreme giants were enraged. The 6 high sects, including the witchcraft sect, devil sect, Buddhist sect, ghoul sect, Tao sect, and spirit talisman sect, moved for Yi Qin at that moment. However, the sword sect was silent. Countless spiritual beasts danced in the empty world, and their clear cries echoed in the world. Towering mountains rose from the ground and pierced into the clouds. There were a total of 8 huge peaks. Behind the 8 peaks was another mountain. However, compared to the other 8 peaks' majestic auras, this peak seemed extremely dilapidated, as if it had been forcefully sliced into 2 by a sword. This was the sword sect's 9th peak, Sword Cometh Peak, under a mountain spring, an azure-clothed Taoist, sat cross-legged on the surface of the water. The old man looked at the bottles of medicinal pills in his hand in shock, then looked at the long sword in front of him. There was a trace of unconcealable shock on his old face. Opposite him, Gu Quan and the other two bowed and cupped their fists. They did not say a word, as if they were silently waiting for the old man's instructions. Only the mischievous Hua Ling secretly moved her sore waist from time to time and muttered to herself, "Elder Qing Xian is really something. He's been staring at those bottles of medicinal pills for a long time." After a long while, the azure-clothed Taoist slowly raised his eyes and said, "Did you just say that that person is Wu Shuang's brother?" "Yes." Gu Quan nodded respectfully and said, "Elder Qing Xian, I think what Senior Yi said is true. If it really doesn't work, we can call youngest junior brother over and ask him." "Yes, I'll call youngest junior brother over. If he knows that his big brother is here, he'll definitely be very happy." Hua Ling beamed. "Nonsense." Elder Qing Xian immediately berated. "Are you trying to bring disaster to our Sword Cometh Peak? This person has killed the supreme geniuses of many sections. It's equivalent to offending the entire Kunlun ruins. It's not like our Sword Cometh Peak did it. What does it have to do with us?" Hua Ling muttered, feeling a little wronged. "Ling, or shut up." Gu Quan glared at her before looking at Elder Qing Xian and said, "Elder, what do you mean?" As the eldest senior brother, he naturally had a lot of things to consider. Now that he was reminded by Elder Qing Xian, he came to a realization. Under such circumstances, if outsiders found out that Yi Wuxuang was related to Yi Qin, Sword Cometh Peak would definitely face a calamity. Elder Qing Xian frowned, his expression changing nonstop. A few seconds later he said, "You guys better keep this matter to yourselves. Pretend that you've never seen this person, and don't tell Wuxuang about it." P.S. Chapter 4. Today's update is complete. We'll continue tomorrow. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 857. Border Dragon City. When Yi Chen returned with Meng Meng, he saw that the city was heavily guarded and filled with killing intent. Groups of imperial guards from the city governor's mansion were arresting people on the streets. All sorts of cries of injustice could be heard. While Yi Chen was surprised, he heard a few ordinary people around him discussing secretly. "I heard that a mysterious person killed many paragons from the high sex half an hour ago. Therefore, the city governor's mansion was enraged and sent the imperial guards to find that person. Not only that, I also heard that the 7 high sects joined forces to pressure the Xiao clan and ordered them to find the real culprit within 3 days. Tragic, how tragic. Anyone who wears a conical hat will be captured on the spot if they don't show their identity. Some people were killed the moment they resisted. What a sin! If that mysterious person wanted to kill someone, he should have done it further away. Why did he have to do it outside Border Dragon City? Now, many people have been implicated." Yi Chen smiled calmly when he heard the discussion. He did not expect the Xiao clan to be the first to be nervous. Seeing that many imperial guards passed by him without noticing him, he chuckled and returned to the Wuling Inn with the little girl. As soon as he entered the inn, he realized that Star Sex Fu Cho-chan and the rest were packing their luggage. When she saw him, Fu Qingqing quickly walked up to him. There was no lack of worry in her beautiful eyes. "Brother Yi, where did you go? We've been looking for you for a long time. We thought something happened to you." "Nothing. I was bored in the inn earlier, so I thought I might as well go for a walk." Yi Chen smiled in an undeniable manner. He then asked, "Are you guys leaving?" "That's right. Brother Yi, you have no idea. We just experienced a huge scene. It was too shocking." Fu Qingqing nodded her head and seemed to have recalled something. She instantly said with incomparable agitation, "Right outside Border Dragon City, there's a person wearing a bamboo hat who killed numerous supreme geniuses, one after another. Among them were even Daozi of Dao sect." Qingqing. Fu Cho-chan interrupted her immediately. She glanced at Yi Qin coldly with a hint of suspicion in her beautiful eyes. "Where did you go earlier?" Before she left, she had ordered a maidservant to keep an eye on Yi Qin. However, Yi Qin had left without anyone noticing. She could not help but suspect Yi Qin after recalling that Fu Qingqing had guessed that the mysterious man who killed several supreme paragons was Yi Qin. Yi Qin frowned slightly and said, "I told you that I'm bored, so I brought my daughter out for a walk." Only then did Fu Qiuchan take a look at the cute little darling in his arms. The doubt on her face gradually disappeared. "We plan to go back. The situation in Border Dragon City is complicated now. If you don't want to die, leave as soon as possible. Why are you wasting your breath on such a person? Let's go." Yu Kuan, who had packed his things, walked out with a few Star Sect disciples. He did not give Yi Qin a good look. This time, the #1 true disciple of the Star Sect had been killed, so they could no longer participate in the Shao clan's birthday celebration. They had to return to the sect as soon as possible to explain the situation. At this moment, an old voice suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. "There's no need for all of you to return." At the next moment, an old man appeared before everyone like a ghost. The old man wore a purple robe with countless stars engraved on it. His aura was hidden and abnormally restrained. He was a pseudo-emperor sage, Cultivator. Fu Qiuchan and the rest were shocked at first when they saw the person. Then they knelt on one knee respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Fecta." The person who came was the elder of the Fecta Peak of the Star Sect. Elder Fecta glanced at everyone calmly. His gaze paused on Yi Qin and Fu Qingqing for a few seconds before he said, "Get up." After everyone stood up, the elder said, "I'm here this time to investigate Shang Xingqin's death on the orders of the sect." Fu Qiuchan and the rest were shocked. Yu Kuan could not help but ask, "Elder Fecta, does that mean we have to stay in Border Dragon City to cooperate with you?" "You're not the only one. The other forces are doing the same." Elder Tianji's expression was extremely dignified. "This time, all the people from the 7 high sects, including my Star Sect, have come. This time, even if we have to turn the entire Quokang mountain upside down, we have to find that thief." "What? People from the 7 high sects have come?" Hearing that, Fu Qiuchan and the rest felt their scalps go numb and their hearts trembled. Clearly, this matter had blown up. The anger of the 7 high sects was enough to shake the entire Kunlun ruins. What they did not notice was a hint of coldness flashing through the depths of Yi Chen's calm eyes. A few seconds later, Fu Qiuchan mustered up the courage to ask, "Elder Fecta, are we going to attend the Shao clan's birthday celebration?" "Why not?" "We can ask the Shao clan for an explanation." Elder Fecta smirked coldly. He looked at Yi Chen and Fu Qingqing this time. "Who are these two?" "Elder, Qingqing is my sister. I want to bring her to our Star Sect this time," Fu Qiuchan explained hurriedly. Just when she was about to introduce Yi Chen, Yu Kuan pointed at him and said, "Elder, we met this brat on the way here. He insisted on coming to Border Dragon City with us. He said he wanted to see the world." "Nonsense," Elder Fecta immediately reprimanded. "Since he's not a member of our Star Sect, why are you so close to him? Don't forget your identity as a disciple of a great sect." Yu Kuan looked at Yi Chen in a mocking manner. "Yi, did you hear that? Scram now. Don't make things difficult for yourself. I'll take my leave then." Yi Chen smiled lightly and left the Wuling Inn with the little girl in his arms. Fu Qingqing seemed to want to say something when she saw that, but Fu Qiuchan glared at her fiercely. Fu Qiuchan watched Yi Chen leave and secretly shook her head. "Don't blame me for being too cold. The difference between you and us is just too great. It's good that you left, lest you have any ill intentions towards Qingqing. Moreover, Border Dragon City is filled with killing intent now. If you continue to stay, you'll only die for nothing." At the same time, in the city governor's mansion, the city governor of Border Dragon City, Niayuan, looked at the old man in front of him from a close distance, and narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure that person was chased out by the Star Sect?" "City Governor, this subordinate dares to guarantee it with my life." The old man placed his head on the ground and said with absolute certainty, "Looks like this kid isn't from the High Sect. Furthermore, he came alone, so his background shouldn't be deep." Nie Yuan slowly stood up and opened the mechanism on the wall, revealing a small shrine. There was a palm-sized coffin in the shrine, and there was a handful of hair and ashes in the coffin. "Foam! You died when you were only 5 years old. Although I secretly hired someone from the Ghoul sect to refine you into a little ghost and worship you in the shrine, you've been quite lonely for so many years." Nie Yuan looked at the shrine carefully, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his face. "I recently discovered a little girl with intelligence. If I refine her into a little ghost, she can accompany you to relieve your tiredness." Chapter 858. Border Dragon City led to the northern city. Yi Chen carried the little girl and walked toward the Shao residence. Along the way, he saw many people from the other ancient families, such as the Duan family, the Lin family, the Huang family, and so on. Come, the more the better. There was a hint of coldness in the depths of Yi Chen's calm eyes. The reason why he did not kill his way into the Shao residence immediately was because he wanted to use the opportunity of the Shao family's birthday celebration to lure the people from the other 4 ancient families over. This way, he would not have to scare the other ancient families into hiding after destroying the Shao family. Just as he arrived at the northern city entrance, the city gates were suddenly closed. A figure descended from the sky and landed not far away from him. It was the city governor of Border Dragon City, Nie Yuan. After making up his mind, he followed the old man's spies and chased Yi Chen all the way here. Nie Yuan lifted his head to look at Yi Chen with a grim expression. "Brat, give me the girl in your hand, and I'll leave your corpse intact." "Leave my corpse intact?" Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. "City Governor Nie, there's no enmity between us, right? Why are you doing this?" Boom! Nie Yuan did not say anything else. He moved in a flash after scoffing coldly and grabbed at Yi Chen immediately. He had already made up his mind. There were many people in Border Dragon City now, so he could take this opportunity to kill Yi Chen. "You're courting death." Yi Chen did not move at all. Just when he was about to get close to him, he suddenly grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. "I have to say, you're very unlucky." "Who are you?" Nie Yuan's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. He was a peak marshal venerable. Even the ordinary disciples of the 3 sects and 4 groups were no match for him. Yet he could not resist at all. His heart sank completely. He finally realized that Yi Chen was not as simple as he thought. Yi Chen pressed his palm on the top of his head and performed the soul-searching tactic forcefully. He smiled coldly a few seconds later. "It's fine if you're raising a little ghost, but you're actually targeting my daughter." A head flew into the air as soon as he said that. Yi Chen waved his sleeve. A blood-colored flag on the city gate floated over and wrapped the head. "I'm lacking a birthday gift for the Shao family. Your head is perfect." Yi Chen entered the northern city with the head. In the center of North City, in an extremely luxurious and majestic mansion. At this moment, there were people surging about, and it was extremely lively. Countless experts from all over had gathered here at this moment. The clamor, the sound of firecrackers, and the congratulatory voices gathered together and soared into the sky, spreading far and wide, almost enveloping the entire Border Dragon City. Almost everyone in Border Dragon City, from the city lord's manor to the peddlers and servants, knew that today was the 200th birthday of Shao clan's old ancestor. As the master of Border Dragon City, the Shao clan had been in charge of Border Dragon City for close to 1,000 years. In addition, as one of the 12 ancient clans, they had long shaken the Kunlun ruins. Even the 1 mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups had to give them face and send people to congratulate them on their birthday. on a huge square in the mansion. There were huge seats, and at that moment, the important figures of the sects in the Kunlun ruins were sitting there. Meanwhile, there were still countless people bringing birthday gifts to the main entrance. The birthday banquet has already begun. Why hasn't the Shao clan's patriarch come out yet? Could it be that he doesn't dare to show himself because the supreme paragons of the 7 high sects were killed? According to the news I received, the Shao clan's patriarch seemed to have been severely injured a few days ago. I wonder why he suddenly wants to hold a 200th birthday celebration. What, the Shao clan's patriarch is injured? That's impossible. After all, he's an emperor stage old monster. His strength isn't low even in the 7 high sections. In the huge square, countless gazes were communicating with each other. From time to time, they would secretly size up the huge seats that belonged to the 10 high sections. Whispers spread out. In the face of such chaotic voices, the expressions of the people from the 10 high sects were all cold, and no one could tell what they were thinking. Boom! Amidst the clamor, an earth-shaking bell suddenly rang out. The entire square immediately quietened down, and numerous gazes simultaneously looked at the seats that belonged to the Shao clan. Under everyone's gaze, an old voice slowly appeared. It was the Shao clan's patriarch, Shao Wuming. The Shao clan's patriarch swept his gaze across the crowd, and a faint smile appeared on his slightly aged face. I would like to thank everyone for coming to my birthday celebration today. Following his words, many people in the square immediately stood up and cupped their hands in return, congratulating him repeatedly. Everyone knew that the Shao clan's patriarch was the leader of the 5 ancient clans. Even the 10 high sects had sent people over. In the crowd, Luo Shuiyao stared coldly at the Shao clan's patriarch. Didn't third grandpa say that this old thing is seriously injured? Why doesn't he look injured at all? Maybe it's fake news. Luo Tianya, who was beside her, secretly frowned. For some reason, he felt that the Shao clan's patriarch gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. After a round of pleasantries, an old man suddenly stood up from the exclusive throne of the 10 high sects and said, "Brother Shao, my spirit talisman sects Tuoba long died outside your border dragon city. Don't you have to give me an explanation? It's the hall master of the spirit talisman sects La Hull." Everyone could not help but be shocked when they saw the old man's face. Just as the Shao clan's patriarch was about to speak, another person stood up and said, "And my Dao sect's Dao child, Zong Ruwei. And my Ghoul sect's young master, Joing. And my Devil sect's Pink Prince." In an instant, the representatives of the Star sect, Spirit Talisman sect, Dao sect, Devil sect, Ghoul sect, and Witchcraft sect all stood up to question. Only the people from the Sword sect and Corpse sect remained silent, looking like they were watching a good show. Seeing that the 7 high sects had spoken at the same time, the other guests' expressions froze. They all held their breaths and did not dare to interrupt. The Shao clan's patriarch took a deep breath in and said with a faint smile, "Everyone, I've already ordered someone to investigate this matter. I'll definitely give you an explanation. However, before that, I'd like to use this birthday celebration to announce a piece of news to everyone from the 10 high sects and the various forces in the Kunlun ruins." With that, he suddenly waved his hand, and a few people from the Shao clan carried a huge iron cage over slowly. Everyone could not help but look over. They saw 3 people in the iron cage. Their hands and feet were all shackled, and they accepted everyone's gazes with a wooden expression. What's this? People? Pitifully weak people. Why is the Shao clan's patriarch showing us this? In an instant, a commotion broke out on the huge plaza. Luo Shuiyao's pretty face changed. "Brother, why are they here?" Luo Tianya's pupils constricted slightly as well. He realized that the 3 people in the iron cage were Yuan Chitai and the rest. The 3 of them had boarded the ghost ship with them and were lucky enough to return to China. However, the 3 of them had disappeared later on. He did not expect to see them here. P.S. There are only 2 chapters today. Chapter 859. In the huge square of the Shao clan's residence, looking at Yuan Chi-tai and the other 2 in the cage, many of the sects that had come to celebrate the birthday whispered among themselves. Even the people from the 10 high sects frowned slightly. In the end, it was Elder Fecta from Star Sect who stood up and said, "Brother Shao, why are you showing us these 3 people?" Yu Kuan, who was behind him, sneered, "The 3 people in the cage are as weak as ants. I really don't know what the Shao clan is up to." Faced with everyone's doubts, the patriarch raised his hand slightly. After the crowd quietened down, he said, "Does everyone remember the ghost ship from more than 100 years ago?" As soon as he said that, the entire square was in an uproar. Elder Fecta from Star Sect and the other people from the high sects were even more moved. More than 100 years ago, an ancient ship appeared on the Wu River. At that time, it was the Shao clan that discovered the middle-aged couple on the ancient ship, so they reported it to the 10 high sects of the Kunlun ruins. The powerhouses of the 10 high sects and even the entire Kunlun ruins went out and fought with the powerhouses on the ancient ship. Many people died at that time. As a result, the various forces in the Kunlun ruins obtained many benefits, such as cultivation methods, manuals, medicinal pills, and so on. Later on, after the middle-aged couple died and turned the ancient ship into a ghost ship, everyone gradually chose to forget about this matter. Even though the ghost ship would appear once every 20 years, many forces remained silent. Only the Shao clan and the 12 ancient clans did not give up and would send people to investigate every year. A sect leader frowned and said, "It's all in the past. Why are you bringing this up, Brother Shao? Have you never thought about where the middle-aged couple on the ancient ship came from?" The patriarch smiled faintly. "Why are there so many cultivation methods, manuals, and medicinal pills on the ancient ship? Didn't many of the forces here rely on these things to strengthen themselves?" The moment he said that, countless people revealed thoughtful expressions. In fact, when they destroyed the middle-aged couple on the ancient ship back then, they had also investigated where the ancient ship came from. Who were the middle-aged couple? Unfortunately, they found nothing. For a moment, someone seemed to have guessed the meaning behind the patriarch's words and could not help but ask, "What do you mean, Brother Shao?" Swoosh! Everyone looked at the patriarch of the Shao clan. Under everyone's gaze, the Shao clan's patriarch took a deep breath and said slowly, "To be honest, our Shao clan has been investigating the secret of the ancient ship for so many years. In the end, we discovered that the ancient ship might have come from the legendary 3 great immortal mountains." What? As soon as he said that, everyone in the square was moved. Even the people from the 10 high sects were shocked. There were records in the ancient books of the Kunlun ruins that said that there were 3 great immortal mountains, namely Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingtai. The 3 great immortal mountains were inhabited by immortals and had countless immortal magics. There was an immortal spring at the top of the immortal mountains, and mortals who drank a mouthful of it could live forever and never die, and even rejuvenate their youth. It also had the roots of the earth, and mortals who ate it would be able to ascend to immortality. Therefore, since ancient times, the emperors of the dynasties had been secretly searching for the 3 immortal mountains. Even the Kunlun ruins was no exception. Even though they possessed abilities that surpassed mortals and were close to immortals, they were still not gods or immortals. They could not escape the pain of reincarnation. An old man in green stood up from the sword sect seat. The old man looked slightly excited. "Brother Shao, are you sure?" He was already like this, let alone the other members of the 9 high sections. They were all shocked by the Shao clan's patriarch's words and had already forgotten the purpose of their trip. Under the numerous gazes, the Shao clan's patriarch retracted the smile on his face and said seriously, "I dare to guarantee with my life that I'm sure." Whoosh! The entire place was in an uproar. If this news was true, it would be enough to shock the entire Kunlun ruins. Everyone, think back to the middle-aged couple on the ancient ship. Back then, our Kunlun ruins sent out 3 Emperor Stage cultivators, but we were still no match for them. After the Shao clan's patriarch looked around at the crowd, he said, "If the other party wasn't seriously injured and poisoned by us, not to mention 3 Emperor Stage cultivators, even 30 of them wouldn't be his match." At this point, he secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone, think back to the old lunatic and the little girl who walked out of the ancient ship 20 years ago. The eyes of the people from the 10 high sects flickered. They could not forget the scene from 20 years ago. 20 years ago, after the ghost ship appeared again, an old lunatic walked out of the ghost ship with a little girl. At that time, the Kunlun ruins found out that the 2 of them were the masters of the ancient ship. Therefore, the Kunlun ruins sent out powerhouses again to eliminate them. Unexpectedly, the old lunatic suddenly displayed his might, and Emperor Stage cultivators were as weak as ants before him. If the other party had not gone crazy and suddenly disappeared, the Kunlun ruins would not have been able to escape this calamity. Let's not talk about that old lunatic's godlike methods. Such a powerful person is actually the servant of the ancient ship's master. The Shao clan's patriarch continued, "The strangest thing is that little girl. When we killed our way into the ancient ship more than 100 years ago, she looked like she was 4 or 5 years old. Now, more than 100 years later, she's still 4 or 5 years old. She doesn't show any signs of aging." His gaze focused as he looked at the crowd. Everyone, think about it. If she wasn't from the 3 immortal mountains, how could she escape the decay of time? That's right. Now that I think about it, I can't help but suspect that the middle-aged couple on the ancient ship more than 100 years ago might be immortals from the immortal mountains. A powerhouse from a sect stood up and said with incomparable certainty, "And that little girl must be a descendant of an immortal. She possesses the bloodline of an immortal." A powerhouse from the Tao sect stood up and said, "Even so, we find it hard to believe that the ancient ship came from the 3 immortal mountains." His words immediately received the approval of many people. The Shao clan's patriarch smiled faintly and said, "Just half a month ago, the ghost ship appeared. Many people from our 12 ancient clans stepped onto the ghost ship. On the ghost ship, an ant from the secular world was sent into the black fog." Luo Shuiyao's expression changed when she heard that. She had already guessed who the Shao clan's patriarch was talking about. Someone immediately cried out in alarm. "He was sent into the black fog? Looks like this person is definitely dead." That's right. The black fog can devour a person's flesh and blood. Even an Emperor Stage cultivator can't resist it. The others nodded in fear. "No." The Shao clan's patriarch suddenly shook his head and said, "At that time, we thought that this person would definitely die. Who would have thought that not only did he not die 7 days later, he even returned alive?" What? Many people's expressions changed. Before this person disappeared, he was only a peak marshal venerable. A hint of resentment flashed across the Shao clan's patriarch's eyes as he threw out another shocking piece of news. But this person returned a few days later and stepped into the Emperor Stage. Chapter 860. He stepped into the Emperor Stage from a peak stage Marshal Venerable in just a few days. How is this possible? This is unheard of. The Shao clan's patriarch's words were like a heavy bomb that set off a storm in the huge plaza. One had to know that there were 2 levels between a peak stage Marshal Venerable and a pseudo-emperor. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time for an ordinary person to step into the pseudo-emperor stage from a peak stage Marshal Venerable. Elder Fecta from the Star Sect smirked coldly. "Brother Shao, I'm afraid this is a lie you made up to confuse us, right?" Elder Fecta is right. How could someone step into the pseudo-emperor stage from a peak stage Marshal Venerable in just a few days? Yu Kuan, who was behind him, also did not believe it. Everyone, to be honest, I didn't believe it at first. Later on, I personally descended to the secular world to capture this person. The Shao clan's patriarch took a deep breath in and said, I didn't expect to be heavily injured by this person. If not for my life-saving technique, I'm afraid I would have died in his hands. What? Countless people were shocked when they heard this. The Shao clan's patriarch was an emperor stage almighty. With such strength, even the supreme giants of the Ten High Sects would find it difficult to heavily injure him. After all, once one stepped into the emperor stage, they could tear space and escape. This person is called Mad Southerny. At this moment, the Shao clan's patriarch said again, I'm afraid you guys don't know yet. After our Shao clan descended to the secular world, we found the little girl that we've been looking for in Mad Southerny's house. Mad Southerny is clearly just an ant in the secular world, but he rose up in such a short period of time. Obviously, he obtained benefits from that little girl. As his voice fell, everyone in the square burst into an uproar. The people from the Devil sect on the seats of the 10 High Sects immediately said, Brother Shao, did you capture this woman? The Shao clan's patriarch sighed softly. The one who attacked was Old Bai. Just as Old Bai was about to capture her, the old lunatic who had disappeared for 20 years suddenly appeared. With just a single palm, Old Bai was slapped to the ground by this person. Hearing that, Elder Fecta from the Star Sect could no longer maintain his composure. What happened after that? After that, this person disappeared with the little girl. The Shao clan's patriarch shook his head slightly and changed the topic. However, our Shao clan found out that the old lunatic actually summoned the ghost ship that only appears once every 20 years. He disappeared with the little girl along with the ghost ship. As his voice fell, the huge square fell into a dead silence. Countless people kept digesting the information in their minds. Therefore, this Shao wants to take advantage of this birthday celebration to announce this news to everyone. At the same time, I hope that everyone will listen to this old man's words. The Shao clan's patriarch scanned the crowd indifferently as a smile appeared on his old face. One of the leaders stood up and cupped his fists. Brother Shao, please speak your mind. What I mean is, since we've guessed that the ancient ship might have come from one of the 3 immortal mountains, we should investigate further. The Shao clan's patriarch suddenly smiled. The current breakthrough point is Mad Southerny. He's close to that old lunatics group, so he must know something. Coupled with the sudden increase in his strength, he must have been to the 3 immortal mountains. At this point, he said with slight fear, however, this person's strength has increased tremendously, coupled with his high status in the secular world. It'll be very difficult for our ancient clan to deal with him alone. Can a mere person from the secular world overturn the heavens? If we all enter the world together, we'll be able to suppress the secular world. That's right. Although this person is an emperor stage cultivator, he's still alone. On the other hand, the Kunlun ruins has been passed down for more than 1,000 years. The 10 High Sects all have supreme giants guarding them. It'll be easy to deal with this person. Many people nodded when they heard that. Only the people from the 10 High Sects remained silent. The Shao clan's patriarch looked at them and said with a faint smile, Everyone, what do you think? The people from the 10 High Sects looked at each other. Then Elder Fecta from Star Sect smiled and said, This matter involves a lot of things. We can't make a decision on our own. We must return to the sect and report the truth. Hearing that, the Shao clan's patriarch did not force them. He knew very well that these high sects would not act until they saw the rabbit. He suddenly looked at the 3 people in the cage behind him. These 3 people are the people who boarded the ghost ship with Mad Southerny. If anyone wants to know anything, you can ask the 3 of them. Yuan Chitai, who had been silent in the cage, spat and smirked coldly. Don't even think about it. As soon as they came out of the ghost ship, they were captured by the Shao clan and locked up until now. After experiencing the fear earlier, they were already numb to death. It's one thing for 3 mere ants from the secular world to not show respect when they see us. But how dare they be so impudent? I suggest that we use a secret technique on the three of them to search their souls. It'll be enough to understand Mad Southern Yi clearly. Many people from the Kunlun ruins were furious. In their eyes, the secular world did not have any spiritual energy. It was no different from the wilderness. Therefore, almost no one had entered the world before this. Senior Shao, why don't you let me give it a try? At this moment, a woman in black suddenly said from the witchcraft sect seat, "Our witchcraft sect has a type of goo. After entering a living person's body, it will control that person to reveal everything he knows." Sure, the Shao clan's patriarch smiled faintly. The woman from the witchcraft sect was overjoyed. After walking to the metal cage, she slowly opened her right hand, and a worm that looked like an earthworm appeared before everyone's eyes. This goo is called the heart-devouring goo. It can eat a living person's heart and turn them into a puppet. The woman in black smiled cruelly and gently placed the goo on the metal cage. The goo seemed to have received some order and slowly crawled towards Yuan Chitai. Yuan Chitai's face was filled with despair. Seeing this, the onlookers revealed delighted expressions. It was as if the person in the cage was not a human, but a livestock for everyone to watch. In the crowd, Luo Shuiao's pretty face changed. She was about to step forward when Luo Tianya held her back tightly. "Don't be rash!" Almost all the forces in the Kunlun ruins had come for the Shao clan's birthday celebration. Not to mention the two of them, even the Luo clan and the other ancient clans did not dare to stop them. Just as the goo was about to crawl onto Yuan Chitai's body, the entire Shao clan's residence suddenly emitted an earth-shattering sound. At the next moment, an item wrapped in red cloth shot out from the main entrance of the plaza, targeting the Shao clan's patriarch. "What is it?" The Shao clan's patriarch's expression turned grim. He reached out and grabbed the item. When he opened it, he realized that it was a head that had died with a grievance. The eyes on the head were wide open. "It's Nie Yuan." The people from the Shao clan present were shocked. Before they could think too much, an extremely cold voice followed. "I, Yi, wish the Shao clan's old dog's wedding banquet to become a funeral banquet today." Chapter 861. This sudden voice was like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens, resounding throughout the entire place. Countless people's expressions froze at that moment, and then many gazes suddenly looked towards the entrance of the plaza. Only the Shao clan's patriarch's expression changed drastically. He seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly turned around and stared fixedly. A few hundred feet away, a skinny figure with his hands behind his back slowly walked over like a deity. Behind him was a 5 to 6-year-old little girl who was staggering along. At this moment, countless gazes gathered on the thin figure. It was because the moment this figure appeared, an extremely cold killing intent suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. What a powerful killing intent! Who is this? Why does he have such killing intent? Looks like he's here with ill intentions. For a time, there was a series of whispers on the huge square. Luo Shuiao, who was in the crowd, was stunned. She then rubbed her eyes as if she had seen a ghost. "It's Yi Qin. Why is this guy here? He seems to have become stronger again." Luo Tianya's pupils constricted as he stared at Yi Qin. The current Yi Qin gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He did not believe it when he heard the Shao clan's patriarch say that Yi Qin had already stepped into the emperor stage earlier. However, he had no choice but to believe it now. Fu Qiuchan and the rest behind Star Sect's Elder Fecta were stunned. "Why is it him?" "It's Brother Yi. Why is he here?" Fu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Kuan's expression changed slightly, and then he smirked coldly. "Is this brat crazy? How dare he barge into the Shao clan's birthday celebration?" Fu Qingqing snapped back to her senses when she heard that. She shouted at Yi Qin anxiously, "Brother Yi, go back now!" Although she knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, the situation today was different. Everyone present was a powerhouse from the Kunlun ruins. If he angered them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Chen smiled at her lightly when he heard that. When his gaze landed on Fu Qiuqian's eyes widened. When his gaze landed on Fu Qiuqian, the latter said coldly, "You really don't know what's good for you. Even I can't protect you now." Yi Chen looked at the Shao clan's patriarch slowly. A hint of coldness appeared on his calm face. "Old dog Shao, how have you been?" "It's you." The Shao clan's patriarch's face was terrifyingly grim. Disbelief flashed through his eyes. He did not expect Yi Chen to dare come to the Kunlun ruins and even come to his birthday celebration. At that moment, the three people in the cage saw Yi Chen. Yuan Chitai, who was initially in despair, seemed to have seen his savior. "Mr. Yi, are you really alive?" At the same time, the goo bug from before had already climbed onto Yuan Chitai's body. Its sharp teeth pierced into his skin, and it was about to drill into his flesh. However, a spiritual light sword, so powerful that it almost condensed into a solid substance, shrouded the area and directly slashed the goo worm into pieces. The girl in black from the witchcraft sect spat a mouthful of blood when the goo worm was destroyed. She looked at Yi Chen in shock. "Why, how dare you?" An extremely cold voice came from Yi Chen's mouth slowly. "Who gave you the right to hurt my friend?" Meeting his bloodthirsty gaze, the black-clothed girl trembled. Her eyes filled with shock and fear. She was a peak martial venerable after all, but she could not resist at all. Thinking to this point, she immediately retreated, as if she wanted to run toward the seats of the witchcraft sect. However, in the next moment, an irresistible suction force suddenly came from behind her. Her body flew toward Yi Chen uncontrollably. "Elder Zhu, save me!" the woman in black screamed. At the same time, the old man on the witchcraft sect seat shouted, "Fellow, let's talk nicely!" Bang, before he could finish, the woman in black exploded into a bloody mist in Yi Chen's hand. "Junior, how dare you? How dare you kill a disciple of the witchcraft sect? You're courting death." Elder Zhu reacted immediately. A cold killing intent appeared on his face as he charged at Yi Chen like lightning. Yu Kuin could not help but sneer when he saw that Elder Zhu is a pseudo-emperor stage powerhouse. Yi really doesn't want to live for daring to kill someone from the witchcraft sect. "Sister, save Brother Yi. Save." Fu Qingqing's pretty face was pale as she looked at Fu Qiuqian pleadingly. Fu Qiuqian interrupted her and said coldly, "He's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. How do you want me to save him?" Just when Elder Zhu was about to approach Yi Chen did not move at all. He merely glanced at him. Just this one glance caused Elder Zhu to forcibly stop in his tracks. His heart trembled as he felt as if he had been seen through by someone else. This feeling could only be felt when facing the supreme giants of the sect. He could not help but take 2 steps back subconsciously. "Fellow, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Die!" At that moment, a large hand slapped over. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Elder Zhu's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The smile on Yu Kuin's face froze, and it was replaced by endless shock. How is this possible?" Fu Qiuqian and the rest were even more dumbfounded. The dignified elder of the witchcraft sect, a pseudo-emperor almighty, was killed by Yi Chen with a single slap. Not even his bones were left. Even the face of Elder Fecta from the Star sect next to them twitched, and his eyes were filled with shock. "This guy is too freakish." Luo Shuiyao heaved a sigh of relief. She could not believe her eyes. Luo Tinya forced a smile. He initially thought that he had left Yi Chen far behind after he stepped into the emperor stage. He did not expect Yi Chen to be even more monstrous than him. Dead silence. The surroundings were dead silent. Yi Chen scanned the people at the scene slowly with his cold gaze. His cold voice was like a bolt of thunder that resounded through the entire place. Who gave you the right to hurt my friend? The noisy square became extremely quiet at that moment. A cool breeze blew through the square, and everyone stared blankly at the figure. This is too terrifying. Who exactly is this person? Even a supreme giant doesn't have such a terrifying gaze and aura. He's definitely a supreme giant, but why have we never seen him at such a young age? A few seconds later, Elder Fecta from the Star Sect took a deep breath in and stood up. He said while cupping his fists at Yi Qin, "May I know who you are, fellow?" Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen grinned coldly. "I'm the mad Southern Yi from the secular world that old dog Xiao mentioned." Boom! His voice was like a heavy bomb that resounded through the entire place, causing the world to suddenly fall silent. "What?" Yu Kuan exclaimed, thinking that he had heard wrongly. He's the mad Southern Yi that the Xiao clan's patriarch mentioned who severely injured him. P.S. The 3rd chapter has been updated today. It's the end of the month. I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. This month, I've updated 240,000 words. On average, I've updated 4 chapters a day. I'll remember the chapters that I've missed. Next month, I'll try to update 5 to 6 chapters a day. Chapter 862. What? He's mad Southern Yi. As Yu Kuan's shocked voice fell, the huge square instantly fell silent. Countless gazes were filled with shock as they looked at the man in the middle of the square. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The Xiao clan's patriarch had previously said that an ant from the secular world had stepped into the emperor stage from a peak martial venerable in just a few days. Everyone present was shocked and in disbelief. After all, such a speed was unprecedented even in the Kunlun ruins. No one had ever done it before. Therefore, many people were shocked and in disbelief. However, the young man before them had killed the witchcraft sex pseudo-emperor stage elder the moment he appeared. The young man even claimed to be the mad Southern Yi that the Xiao clan's patriarch spoke of. The shock and impact it gave them was incomparable. The most shocked people were none other than Fu Qiuchan and the rest. A gentle breeze blew across the square, and they were all dumbstruck. Fu Qingqing covered her lips with her hand and looked at Yi Chen in a daze. The shock in her beautiful eyes could not be erased. Brother Yi is so powerful. Fu Qiuchan's face alternated between green and white. She did not expect Yi Chen, who had been with them all along the way, to possess such terrifying strength. To think that they thought Yi Chen was a rogue cultivator. However, his cultivation base was only at origin energy. He could not compare to the supreme sex that they came from. Therefore, their words were filled with coldness and contempt. Yu Kuan stared blankly at the Dao body. His body was trembling. It was shock, fear, and trembling. He felt his scalp go numb when he thought about what he had done to Yi Chen earlier. It could be said that he had underestimated Yi Chen. He could not muster any strength. On the other hand, the 9 people on the remaining 9 high-sec seats were shocked. They looked at Yi Chen in fear. They could sense the aura of death from Yi Chen's body. It was a feeling that they would only feel when facing the supreme giants in their sections. Did this person really come from the secular world? The secular world had such a foundation to produce an emperor stage cultivator? Could it be that it was really as the Xiao clan's patriarch had said? This person had gone to the legendary 3 Immortal Mountains after boarding the ghost ship and had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to step into the emperor stage? Almost at that instant, countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the people from the 9 high sects, and their eyes flickered. In the end, it was the powerhouse from the Sword Sect who stood out. He looked at the extremely gloomy Xiao clan's patriarch with a slightly shocked gaze. "Brother Xiao, is this person really—" Ever since Yi Chen appeared, the patriarch's old expression turned cold all of a sudden. His gaze was fixed on Yi Chen. There was shock and resentment. He was shocked by how Yi Chen came to the Kunlun ruins because there was someone guarding the spatial tunnel between the Kunlun ruins and the secular world. Outsiders would be captured as soon as they appeared there. He resented Yi Qin for forcing him to self-destruct. Only his astral body managed to escape in a sorry state. He had paid a huge price to rebuild his body. After hearing the words of the sword sex expert, he finally awoke from his absent-mindedness. He immediately smiled coldly. That's right, the person I was talking about before is him. Everyone's pupils constricted as they completely believed him. After the Shao clan's patriarch saw everyone's reaction, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Junior Yi, I really didn't expect you to dare to come to the Kunlun ruins. There are many powerhouses from the Kunlun ruins here today, and there are also people from the 10 high sections. You're really courting death. When he spoke up to here, he suddenly said to everyone present, Everyone, this person has definitely gone to the 3 great immortal mountains of legend. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have risen so explosively. Why don't we capture him and find out the secrets of the 3 great immortal mountains together? He knew very well that it would be difficult for him to kill Yi Chen with his strength alone. Therefore, he mentioned the 3 immortal mountains to make Yi Chen stand against everyone. As soon as he said that, everyone present came back to their senses. Everyone present suddenly snapped back to their senses. Their gazes, when they looked at Yi Chen again, were filled with greed and passion. Yi Chen possessed such strength at such a young age. They could not believe that the secular world had such a foundation. The only explanation was that Yi Chen had really been to the 3 immortal mountains, as the Shao clan's patriarch had said. Almost at that moment, a peak martial venerable stood up abruptly and stared straight at Yi Chen. Junior, have you really been to the 3 immortal mountains? Brat, as long as you hand over the secrets of the 3 immortal mountains, we can spare your life. Another sect master shouted coldly. Let's attack together and capture him. At that moment, voices rose and fell on the huge square. All of them were asking Yi Chen to reveal the secrets of the 3 immortal mountains. Even though Yi Chen was suspected to be an Emperor stage powerhouse, there were more than 20 pseudo-Emperor old monsters present. To them, even an Emperor stage powerhouse would have to retreat if more than 20 pseudo-Emperors attacked. Moreover, the people from the 9 high sects were backed by the 9 supreme sections. They possessed spatial talismans, and with a single thought, they could summon supreme giants to this place. Yu Kuan's expression could not help but change when he saw that from afar. He's angered everyone now. After finding out the difference between him and Yi Chen, he finally accepted it after much difficulty. Not only did he not hate Yi Chen, but he also respected him. Sister, what should we do? What should we do? Fu Qingqing did not expect the situation to turn out like this. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. He really doesn't know his place. Fu Qiuchan took a deep breath in and said slowly while looking at Yi Chen, even though he has the strength of an Emperor stage powerhouse, he can't fight all the forces here, especially the 10 high sects. He can only pray for himself now. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Qingqing burst into tears. Oh no! Luo Tianya's expression changed slightly as well. Luo Shuiyao, who was next to him, said immediately, Brother, Yi Chen is doomed. Let's wait and see for now. Luo Tianya sighed softly as determination flashed through his eyes. I owe Brother Yi my life. At most, I'll risk my life to protect him. He would never forget how Xiao Yuanjing had used Luo Shuiyao as a hostage to threaten him to attack Yi Chen on the ghost ship. At that moment, Yi Chen's maniacal laughter suddenly filled the air. His laughter covered everyone's voices. One of the leaders frowned and said, What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your stupidity. Yi Chen looked at everyone and said slowly, If I really went to some immortal mountain, how did I come back? Naturally, I cultivated immortal techniques on the immortal mountain. Following his words, many people realized that something was amiss. Many people realized that something was wrong. In the next moment, Yi Chen turned around slowly and looked at the proud Shao clan's patriarch. His calm voice was filled with extreme killing intent as it spread through the world. Today, I'll massacre the Shao clan. Those who help the Shao clan will die. Chapter 863. Today, I will massacre the Shao clan. Those who help the Shao clan will die. As the last word die fell, the entire world rumbled. The echoes were like thunder, rumbling endlessly, completely suppressing the voices of everyone present. Meanwhile, the killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes was extremely dense. At the next moment, with a flash, he traversed 30 meters in an instant and appeared before the Shao clan's patriarch. His gaze was like lightning, and his might was unparalleled. "Old dog from the Shao clan, accept your death!" That sentence vented the extreme coldness that Yi Chen had been hiding in his heart. From the moment Xiao Yuanjing threatened Shi Qianhan and Luo Tinya on the ghost ship to the moment the Shao clan and the other 5 ancient clans broke the ancient agreement and entered the world, causing the death of Old Qin, Niu Qingshan, Lin Tai, and second uncle and second aunt, little be asterisk starred. This is my Shao clan. It's not your place to behave atrociously. A Shao clan elder who rushed over focused his cold gaze and threw a punch. The power of a pseudo-emperor stage, Cultivator, completely erupted. The might shocked many powerhouses in the plaza and caused them to retreat repeatedly, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. If I want to kill someone, no one from the Shao clan can stop me. Yi Chen's palm turned cold as he raised his hand and charged. Bang! The pseudo-emperor stage, Shao clan elder's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Such a domineering method, once again, caused the scalps of the spectators to go numb. Another pseudo-emperor stage, Cultivator, had died. The Shao clan's patriarch's expression turned completely grim, especially when he noticed that the people from the various forces who came to attend the birthday celebration had actually retreated to the side. His eyes twitched, and he was extremely embarrassed. What a little be asterisk starred. I was only injured by you because I was careless last time. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As soon as he finished speaking, the Shao clan's patriarch suddenly stomped his foot. A powerful pressure erupted like the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Then it completely enveloped the entire area. Plop, at this moment, more than an ordinary person in the crowd could not help but kneel on the ground. Their faces were filled with shock. Only the people from the 9 high sects stood still. Even so, their faces were filled with shock. What a terrifying pressure! Is this the terror of the Emperor realm? The patriarch of the Shao clan is indeed worthy of being the leader of the 5 ancient clans. This kind of strength is comparable to a supreme giant. If the Shao clan is given a few more days, they might even be promoted to a supreme sect. Countless people looked at the patriarch of the Shao clan in shock. Little bastard, do you dare to fight me in the sky? The Shao clan's patriarch let out a long roar and stared at Yi Chen coldly. If they were to fight on the ground, the aftermath of the battle between the 2 emperor stage powerhouses would be enough to destroy the entire Shao clan. Those who are about to die have no right to choose a graveyard. Yi Chen took a step out, and his true origin energy spread out in all directions. It immediately formed an invisible spiritual storm. Under this storm, a portion of the Shao family members who were standing nearby instantly collapsed. They screamed miserably and turned into pools of thick blood mist. Since he wanted to destroy the Shao family, why would he need to consider the safety of these ants? Bastard, this brat is truly despicable. If I don't tear you to shreds, I'm not human. The Shao clan's patriarch's eyes were filled with extreme hatred as he watched the people from the Shao clan die under Yi Chen's pressure. With a clench of his hand, an incomparably powerful origin energy condensed into a small mountain that was 30 meters tall in front of him. Mountain of Creation. As soon as the mountain appeared, a ferocious gleam flashed across the Shao clan's patriarch's eyes. He waved his hand heavily, and the mountain smashed at Yi Chen with a monstrous aura. In an instant, the entire square was filled with explosions. The space that was close to 60 meters wide was riddled with holes under the mountain. This is the Shao clan's ultimate technique, Mountain of Creation. A powerhouse who was watching from afar muttered. Rumor has it that the first patriarch of the Shao clan created it while facing the 100,000 mountains. He gathered the origin energy of heaven and earth to form a real mountain, and he once killed an emperor stage cultivator. Everyone's pupils constricted when they heard that. It's just an insignificant skill. How dare it be called creation? Yi Qin smirked coldly. He did not dodge at all. Instead, he ran toward the mountain that was suppressing him with his physical body. Under everyone's gaze, his body emitted a purplish gold glow. The bones in his body were crystal clear, like pure gold. Break! He threw a simple and violent punch. A golden fist shadow swept through the Toad Palace and directly pierced through the mountain. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he forcefully tore it apart. The mountain shattered with a resounding sound and turned into fragments that scattered in all directions. Splitting a mountain with his bare hands. This person's physical body is actually so powerful. Someone cried out in shock. Old dog from the Shao clan, I haven't seen you for a few days. I didn't expect you to not have improved at all. You've really disappointed me. Yi Chen's body shone with golden light like a godly king. Even his black hair was covered in a layer of golden luster. He walked toward the Shao clan's patriarch step by step. Little B asterisk starred, don't try to argue. I've already said that if I don't tear you into pieces today, I'm not a human. Facing Yi Chen's mockery, the Shao clan's patriarch moved. He leaped out and charged at Yi Chen directly. Rumble, with a series of thunderous explosions, the two of them fought in close combat under the gazes of thousands of people. As the two figures intersected, a wave of energy that caused people's expressions to change surged in all directions. Under everyone's gaze, the two figures had already exchanged dozens of blows in just a few breaths of time. Is this the terrifying part of a battle between Emperor Stage cultivators? The Shao clan's patriarch stepped into the Emperor Stage decades ago. I didn't expect that young man from the secular world to be on par with him. Looks like what the Shao clan's patriarch said was true. This is too terrifying. As the two of them fought intensely, it completely shocked everyone present. In an instant, cries of surprise spread in the square. Daddy! Amidst such an unusually solemn scene, a timid girl's voice rang out in an untimely manner. Everyone could not help but look over. They saw Meng Meng standing at the side with her hands on her hips. She was humming as she mimicked Yi Chen's movements. If one were to take a closer look, one would notice that she had imitated Yi Chen's movements to perfection without missing a single detail. This girl is so intelligent. Even we can't see those too clearly. She's only 5 or 6 years old, yet she can see them so clearly. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Many people were shocked by Ming Ming's uniqueness. Someone's eyes flickered a few times before he rushed toward Meng Meng, as if he wanted to capture her. However, just as he was about to get close to Meng Meng, an extremely domineering voice exploded in his ears. Get lost. That person immediately spat a mouthful of blood and flew back. He immediately ignored his injuries and looked behind him in shock. Chapter 864. A tall and handsome young man in a purple robe slowly walked over from that direction. The most eye-catching thing about him was his long golden hair. It shone brightly under the sunlight, coupled with the powerful aura emanating from his body. With the appearance of this person, everyone in the plaza immediately felt an incomparably violent pressure sweep over. It was as if a mountain had descended, suffocating them. It's that lunatic from the Luo family, Luo, Tianya. TSK, this brat's aura is even more terrifying than before. Could it be that he has already stepped into the Emperor Stage? Rumor has it that the Luo family's old martial emperor doesn't have much time left. I thought that the Luo family was about to fall, but who would have thought that another Emperor stage cultivator would appear? Furthermore, he's so young. One family, two emperors. Amazing, truly amazing. Sensing Luo Tianya's aura, everyone's faces turned pale. Some of the people who had wanted to attack Meng Meng earlier gave up on the thought. Luo Tianya walked towards Meng Meng step by step and squatted down. A smile appeared on his slightly old-fashioned face. "Come with me to see your father, okay?" "Oh no." The little girl looked at him quietly before shaking her head like a rattledrum. "I don't even know you. What if you kidnap me?" Luo Tianya was stunned at first, but then he could not help but laugh. He turned his head slowly to look at the person who attacked earlier and said indifferently, "If I find out that you attack again, I won't forgive you." That person nodded repeatedly. Bang! At that moment, an extremely ear-piercing sound exploded from the side. Then an old figure was sent flying. There was a shocking fist mark on his body, and his body had sunk in by several centimeters. Patriarch! Many people from the Shao clan could not believe it. The Shao clan's patriarch was defeated. How is this possible? How long has it been? The Shao clan's patriarch was defeated so quickly. Some powerhouses' expressions changed drastically as disbelief filled their eyes. Yi Chan pressed forward again, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. He snorted coldly and shouted, "After I kill you, I'll destroy your Shao clan and the 5 ancient clans. I'll destroy your 1,000-year legacy." However, the disheveled Shao clan's patriarch suddenly laughed out loud. "Little B asterisk starred, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this." The next moment, he pinched his fingers together, and a crimson talisman shot out from his hand into the depths of the Shao family manor. He roared in a shrill voice, "Activate the blood god array." As the blood-red talisman rose into the air, hundreds of Shao clan cultivators sat on the ground in a secret room of the Shao clan's residence, forming a strange formation. There were 10 Shao clan elders in the center of the formation. As they formed hand seals, they continuously vomited blood. Immediately after, fresh blood gushed out of their bodies and gathered together to form an incomparably pure blood qi. The bodies of the hundreds of people began to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, they fell to the ground and breathed their last. Their current bloody aura was getting denser and denser, and in the end, it turned into a beam of bloody light that soared into the sky like a huge bloody shadow. World-devouring wail. The Shao clan's patriarch opened his mouth and inhaled. The huge blood-colored shadow in the air quickly entered his body, and his body gradually began to expand. This is the Blood God sect's Blood God Great Art. The Blood God sect has always been known as an evil sect in the Kunlun ruins. Wasn't it destroyed by the various sects 20 years ago? How did the Shao clan obtain the Blood God Great Art? The Shao clan is really ruthless. They actually sacrificed the vital energy and blood of the entire clan to forcefully increase the Shao clan's patriarch strength. If that's the case, the Shao clan will really be destroyed. At that moment, the expressions of everyone in the plaza changed. They looked at the Shao clan's patriarch who had devoured the blood-colored shadow in shock. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Shao clan's patriarch's body grew larger and larger before quickly shrinking until he returned to the size of a normal person. However, the aura on his body suddenly changed. It was filled with bloodthirst and ruthlessness, as if a bloodthirsty beast had awakened. The most terrifying thing was that his cultivation base had also increased. From early stage Emperor stage to peak early stage Emperor stage. He even reached intermediate stage Emperor stage. Ha ha ha. The Shao clan's patriarch had a demonic expression all over his body. He looked at Yi Chen viciously. "Little B asterisk starred, didn't you want to destroy my Shao clan? I'll fight you with the lives of my entire clan and the rise and fall of my entire clan." 20 years ago, there was a strange sect in the Kunlun ruins called the Blood God sect. The sect's cultivation method was against human ethics. They specialized in absorbing the blood of living people to cultivate, causing the people of the Kunlun ruins to panic. In the end, all the powerhouses in the Kunlun ruins attacked together and killed the Blood God Patriarch. They destroyed the Blood God sect and burned all the cultivation manuals in the sect. This was what the Shao clan's patriarch relied on. He had also recovered his physical body and even broken through to intermediate stage, emperor stage in one go. The Shao clan's patriarch roared. Instantly, boundless origin energy surged behind him like a 300-meter tall wave. The wave was blood-red like a sea of blood. As it surged, there was a faint sound of waves crashing against each other. It made people wonder if the blood wave behind him was real or just an illusion. Under the blood wave, the Shao clan's patriarch was like a demon god that had been reborn from a sea of blood. A terrifying and evil aura swept out from his body. On the huge plaza, countless gazes froze. Even the expressions of the people from the 9 high sects could not help but turn solemn. At this moment, the Shao clan's patriarch truly possessed the aura of a supreme giant. Little B****, I'll let you experience the power of the blood god technique so that I can send you to hell. As the blood wave surged, a bone-chilling voice suddenly came from the Shao clan's patriarch's mouth. Blood soul sea-splitting seal. The moment the shout was heard, the huge blood wave behind the Shao clan's patriarch suddenly trembled. With a whoosh, it floated in front of him and turned into a blood seal that covered the sky. An extremely terrifying, bloody, and evil fluctuation spread out from the blood seal that blotted out the sky. As the Shao clan's patriarch waved his hand, the blood seal that covered the sky suppressed Yi Qin at an extremely terrifying speed. Rumble, wherever the blood seal passed, be it the air or the ground. Everything was corroded into blood energy. It was like a ferocious beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to devour everything. The eyes of the powerhouse on the sword sect's seats narrowed, and then he said decisively, "The outcome has been decided." To him, Yi Chen was no match for the Shao clan's patriarch who had broken through to intermediate stage, emperor stage, with such a strange cultivation method. Thinking to this point, he secretly made up his mind. It seemed like the sword sect's attitude toward the Shao clan would change in the future. The rest of the 8 high sects nodded. Seeing this, even Luo Tianya's expression changed. Brother Yi is in trouble now. Chapter 865. Ever since he stepped into the emperor stage, Luo Tianya finally knew the difference between a pseudo-emperor and an emperor stage cultivator. He was even more aware that the difference between each stage of the emperor stage was like heaven and earth. It was not the difference of 1 + 1 = 2. Although the Shao clan's patriarch was no match for Yi Chen earlier, his ability had advanced to intermediate stage emperor stage after he used the great blood god method and absorbed the blood of the entire clan. It was equivalent to him increasing by more than 3 times. He was about to attack when he thought to this point. However, 2 sparks suddenly jumped in Yi Chen's eyes. Subsequently, an extremely cold voice came from his mouth. Golden pupil flame, burn the heavens. At first, the flames in his eyes were only the size of a needle tip, but in the blink of an eye, they grew rapidly like a heavenly fire. In the end, they even burst out of his eyes. In the next moment, everyone, including Luo Tianya, saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. 2 pillars of light shot out of Yi Chen's eyes. Subsequently, they charged at the Shao clan's patriarch's blood seal that covered the sky. As soon as the blood seal was brushed by it, it instantly burst into flames. Then it exploded violently and turned into a sea of fire that was over 60 meters wide. This, Luo Tianya was stunned. Subsequently, his expression changed as he looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. He seemed to have recalled something. So, he was the one who used this divinity in Japan. He was not the only one. Even Luo Shueyao, who was in the crowd, recalled it. What's that? Flame divinity? Is this a flame divinity? But why is it so ferocious? Even the Shao clan's patriarch's sea-splitting blood soul seal is no match for it? I don't think this is a divinity at all, but an immortal art. Looks like that you brat has really been to the legendary 3 immortal mountains. In an instant, the people in the huge plaza burst into an uproar. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 pillars of light that shot into the sky, and their eyes were filled with extreme shock. The powerhouses on the seats of the 9 high sects were even more shocked. The powerhouse from the sword sect sucked in a breath of cold air. Have you guys seen such a divinity before? No. The other 8 shook their heads. Elder Fecta's expression changed a few times before he said, I don't think this flame is an ordinary flame. It belongs to the innate true fire of Taoism. Even if this person hasn't been to the legendary 3 major immortal mountains, he still has secrets. The rest of them took a good look at Yi Qin. At that moment, they had different thoughts. Uffed! Under everyone's gaze, the ancestor of the Shao clan spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. His face became older, and he could not hide the shock on his face. He had sacrificed countless Shao clan martial artists to forcefully elevate his cultivation base, coupled with the lost blood god method of the blood god sect. Yi Qin had broken through it? Old dog Shao, hand over your life. At that moment, Yi Qin took a step forward. His cold voice was heard completely. His might was overwhelming, and his killing intent was monstrous. The Shao clan's patriarch was horrified. He hurriedly turned his head and said to the many forces beside him, Everyone, did you see that? Even though I've stepped into the middle stage of the Emperor realm, I'm not this kid's match. This is enough to prove that this kid has obtained benefits from the ghost ship. What are you waiting for? He almost snarled. As soon as he said that, countless powerhouses in the distance looked at each other, as if they were considering something. In the end, a sinister old man stood up and clasped his fists at Yi Qin. Junior, I'm an elder of the Sky Pillar sect. Please spare me on account of the Sky Pillar sect. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qin suddenly pointed. Heaven and earth rumbled as he pointed. It turned into a gigantic finger that descended where the elder was. It was as if the entire ground was trembling. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the elder of the Sky Pillar sect was forcefully suppressed to death by this finger. His body collapsed and his soul shattered. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew past, blowing the stench of blood and completely filling the world. Dead silence. The entire place was dead silent. Countless people had disbelief on their faces. Nobody expected Yi Qin to kill the Sky Pillar sect's elder in such a domineering manner without giving him a chance to plead for mercy. At that moment, Yi Qin spoke slowly. His extremely cold voice was heard subsequently. I've said that those who help the Shao clan will die. Those who plead for the Shao clan will die too. Silence. There was still silence. No one dared to speak anymore. After all, the lesson of the elder of the Sky Pillar sect was right in front of them. Although they were not afraid of Yi Qin, it was not worth it for them to stand out for the Shao clan. Our fiery sect will not interfere in this matter. An old man in a fiery red robe stood up and said firmly, That's right. Another powerful warrior from another force added, We, the Wuling sect, will not interfere. Moreover, the reason why this young friend Yi killed his way into the Shao clan is because he has a grudge against the Shao clan. Revenge is a matter of course. The Shao clan has always been high and mighty and has never placed us in their eyes. Today's robbery is truly retribution. Another expert added. In just a few breaths of time, more than half of the powerhouses present stood up to express their stance. They were afraid that they would die like the elder of the Sky Pillar sect if they were too slow. Yi Qin was stunned by the sudden turn of events. On the other hand, the Shao clan's patriarch did not expect these people to change their attitudes so quickly. He was so angry that he spat blood. You guys, give me your life! Yi Qin leaped and used his fingers as a saber. A divine gleam shone as he slashed at the Shao clan's patriarch. After using the Blood Soul Sea-Splitting Seal, the Shao clan's patriarch did not have much origin energy left. He was no match for Yi Chen at all. He could only flee like the ocean. Bang! As the saber gleam fell, a head flew into the air, and a blood-red shadow shot out from the body that fell to the ground and flew into the distance. Who else could it be but the Shao clan's patriarch's soul? However, at that moment, a huge hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed it. Yi Chen smirked coldly. "Old dog Shao, do you think you'll be as lucky as last time?" "No, you can't kill me." The Shao clan's patriarch's soul struggled and trembled at the tip of his fingers. Now he began to regret why the Shao clan had to offend a malefic like Yi Chen. It could be said that a single mistake had caused eternal regret. In his shock, he even called for help from the old man on the sword sect seats. "Sword Spectre, save me, save me. I have a big secret to share with your sword sect." Hearing those words, Sword Spectre finally spoke. "Little friend, this old man knows that you possess extraordinary strength. However, could you give my sword sect face and not kill him?" The sword sect was a supreme sect that suppressed the Kunlun ruins. They were not as cowardly as the few powerhouses earlier. Therefore, to him, Yi Chen would not dare to reject him. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw the Shao clan's patriarch's soul slowly shatter in Yi Chen's hand and turn into ashes. Yi Chen lifted his head slowly to look at him. He suddenly grinned coldly. "So what if I kill him?" P.S. Chapter 4. I finished updating for today. I'll continue tomorrow. I was going to update at 5, but I went to the wedding today. The book friends in the book group can be my witness. Sorry, I've opened it. You can follow me by searching on WeChat. I'll be sharing extra content about Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch of Hell for free later on. If you're interested, you can follow me. Chapter 866. So what if I kill him? Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen squinted slightly and looked at Sword Spectre, who was sitting on the sword sect seat. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. He, Yi Chen, could kill whoever he wanted. Since when was it the sword sect's turn to criticize him? Whoosh! As soon as he said that, a commotion broke out in the huge square. Many people looked at Yi Chen in shock. Clearly, they did not expect that after Sword Spectre showed up. Sword Spectre represented the Sword Sect. It was one of the 3 sects, and it was also a supreme sect in the Kunlun ruins. There were many supreme giants in the sect. Even the people from the other 3 sects did not dare to be as arrogant as Yi Chen. Yi Chen actually dared to destroy the Shao clan's patriarch's soul right in front of him. He even brazenly said to Sword Spectre, "So what if I kill him?" which was extremely overbearing. Under everyone's gaze, Sword Spectre's face gradually darkened and became extremely ugly. Compared to the destruction of the Shao clan, he was not that angry. However, not only did Yi Chen destroy the Shao clan, he even provoked him in public. It was equivalent to slapping the sword sect's face. Before he could speak, a sword sect disciple beside him immediately stood out and shouted coldly, "Impudent! How dare you provoke my sword sect?" "Provoke your sword sect?" Yi Chen smirked. He took a step forward and merged with heaven and earth. Subsequently, he disappeared on the spot. "I dare to kill you!" The moment he disappeared, Sword Spectre's expression changed. He immediately said to the sword sect disciple, "Oh no, dodge quickly!" As soon as he finished speaking, the space before the sword sect disciple shook. Subsequently, Yi Chen took a step out and extended his hand at the sword sect disciple. "How dare you!" Sword Spectre was furious. He lifted his hand and gathered a monstrous sword gleam to slash at Yi Chen's hand. However, in the next moment, the monstrous sword gleam collapsed. An extremely violent force attacked his body. Sword Spectre immediately spat a mouthful of blood and retreated in shock. Meanwhile, the sword sect disciple was instantly annihilated by their attacks. Until he died, he did not believe that Yi Chen would dare to attack the Sword Sect. Sword Spectre, who had retreated over 100 feet away, felt his scalp go numb, and he was extremely shocked. Senior, I'm a member of the Sword Sect's first peak. I won't interfere in this matter anymore, and the Sword Sect won't interfere in it anymore. Someone from the first peak. Yi Chen's expression was cold as he took a step forward and said coldly, "Since you're from the first peak, you deserve to die even more." As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He rubbed the fingers of his right hand into a sword and slashed at Sword Spectre like a bolt of lightning. Sword Spectre was unable to react in time, and his body was slashed apart on the spot. Only his soul managed to escape, but it was still minced to death by the wanton sword will. Before he died, he could not understand why Yi Chen's killing intent toward him intensified after he revealed his identity as the Sword Sect's first peak. The entire process was completed in a few short breaths. By the time everyone reacted, they saw another corpse on the ground. Dead silence. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the thin figure that was less than 60 feet away. Their gazes were filled with fear, shock, and disbelief. Yi Chen had even killed Sword Spectre. Sword Spectre had the Sword Sect behind him. This guy was truly crazy. Numerous gazes gathered on the figure, and their scalps could not help but go numb. All that was left in their hearts was deep fear. Elder Fecta from the Star Sect took a deep breath in, and his face was filled with shock. This person is truly lawless. It's best not to provoke him if we can. That's right. At the end of the day, it has nothing to do with us. The powerhouses from the Spirit Talisman sect forcefully suppressed the shock in their hearts and nodded in agreement. The other people from the 6 high sects nodded one after another. Yi Chen's methods had truly shocked them. After all, he did not even dare to kill Sword Spectre. Did that not mean that Yi Chen did not take anyone seriously, including themselves? Fu Qiu-chan, who was in the crowd, had a complicated expression on her face. She looked at Yi Chen in a daze. Isn't it perfect to use the omnidirectional suppression on him this time? For some reason, she felt endless bitterness in her heart. When she thought about how she had looked down on the imposing figure before her, she could not help but laugh at herself. Yi Chen's gaze shocked everyone. Is there anyone else who's not convinced by what I've done? His words were like a cold wind that swept past, causing the square to cool down again. As soon as he finished speaking, countless people lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Even the remaining members of the 8 high sects remained silent. There was nothing they could do unless they used their spatial talismans to summon supreme giants. However, Yi Chen had only killed the people from the Sword Sect and the Witchcraft Sect. It was impossible for them to stand up for the 2 of them. Yi Chen then looked at the remaining dozens of Shao clan members aside. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, countless wind blades shot out. During this process, all the members of the Shao clan died before they could even scream. With a flash of his body, he activated his divine consciousness to cover the entire Shao clan residence and ran towards the members of the Shao clan that he had sensed. In just 10 minutes, the entire Shao clan residence was covered in blood, and corpses were piled up like a mountain. It was as if it had fallen into purgatory on earth. At this point, the Shao clan was officially destroyed. Many forces in the square watched this scene silently with mixed feelings in their hearts. A 1,000-year-old family that was once second only to a supreme sect would completely disappear from the Kunlun ruins from now on, following the destruction of the Shao clan. Many of the forces that came to attend the birthday celebration found an excuse to leave. They could not wait to spread this shocking news. Yi Chen did not stop them. After all, he had only entered Shangsantian this time to target the 5 ancient clans led by the Shao clan. Elder Fecta from Star Sect took a good look at Yi Chen before he left. He then clasped his fists and said, "Senior, why don't you come to my Star Sect if you have the time?" Fucho-chan looked at him in disbelief. How could she not understand what Elder Fekta meant? It was obvious that he wanted to recruit Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen's current combat strength was comparable to a supreme giant. As long as the 3 sects and 4 groups had one more supreme giant, their strength would increase greatly. Seeing that Elder Fekta was one step ahead of them, the other people from the 7 high sects expressed their intention to recruit Yi Chen. The Devil sect even promised Yi Chen the position of Supreme Elder. However, to their disappointment, Yi Chen had no intention of expressing his stance at all. In the end, they could only leave the Shao clan residence, one by one. Yi Chen watched him leave as a cold grin appeared at the corner of his lips. If they knew that their Supreme Heaven's favorites had all died in his hands, their attitudes would be different. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. Although the Shao clan has been destroyed, there are still the other 4 ancient clans. Chapter 867. In the Kunlun ruins, other than the 1 mountain, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 4 groups, the 12 ancient clans had the strongest foundation. The Shao clan was ranked first among the 12 ancient clans. Thus, almost at the instant the Shao clan was annihilated, the news also quickly spread. For a moment, the entire Kunlun ruins was shaken. What? The Shao clan was destroyed? How is that possible? One must know that the Shao clan's patriarch, Shao Wuming, is an emperor stage cultivator. If a supreme giant doesn't make a move, who can kill him? Could it be that a supreme giant made a move? At that moment, many forces in the entire Kunlun ruins were shocked. They discussed this matter and frantically inquired about the truth of the matter. Not only did this person kill the witchcraft sect's pseudo-emperor stage Elder Zhu on the spot, he even killed the sword sect's Elder Sword Spectre. This, why does this person have such combat strength and courage? After all, his actions are equivalent to offending the witchcraft sect and the sword sect at the same time. Both of them are supreme sects in the Kunlun ruins. Right at this moment, earth-shattering news spread out again, shaking the Kunlun ruins like a thunderclap. The person who destroyed the Shao clan is called Yi Chen, also known as Mad Southern Yi. He's not from the Kunlun ruins, but from the secular world. This person was still a peak martial venerable before this, but he stepped into the emperor stage in just a few days. It's said that before the Shao clan's patriarch died, he said that the ghost ship led to the 3 immortal mountains, and this Mad Southern Yi seems to have been to the 3 immortal mountains. The entire Kunlun ruins was in an uproar. The ghost ship was already an open secret in the Kunlun ruins. Over the years, many people had secretly gone to the secular world to investigate, but they did not discover anything. As time passed, they selectively forgot about it. Now that they heard this shocking news, they could not help but start to suspect if the end of the ghost ship was really the legendary 3 immortal mountains, as the Shao clan's patriarch had said. They might not believe it, but how could Yi Chen, a person from the secular world, grow from an ordinary person to an emperor stage cultivator so quickly? After all, emperor stage cultivators were considered top-notch powerhouses in the Kunlun ruins. At this moment, Elder Ancestor, Bai, a member of the 12 ancient clans, stood up and revealed. Yi Chen had indeed stepped into the ghost ship and was swallowed by the black fog outside. After so many years, only Yi Chen had broken the curse of the black fog. Yi Chen must have discovered the secret of the ghost ship. As soon as the Bai clan's patriarch said that, the entire Kunlun ruins was shaken again. Countless people had no choice but to believe it. Even if this Mad Southern Yi hasn't been to the 3 legendary immortal mountains, he must have discovered the secret of the ghost ship. That's why his strength has increased so much. That's right. If we know this secret as well, doesn't that mean that our strength will increase as well? At that moment, Yi Chen had completely entered the eyes of the entire Kunlun ruins. Countless organizations moved upon hearing the news and searched for Yi Chen's whereabouts frantically. In the extreme west of the Kunlun ruins, the headquarters of the witchcraft sect. A man holding a holy fire and wearing a ferocious mask suddenly descended on the witchcraft sect. Pass on the deputy sect master's orders! Boom! At that moment, all the powerhouses of the witchcraft sect knelt on the ground with respectful expressions. We accept the order! Our witchcraft sect has stood in the Kunlun ruins for more than 1,000 years, and our might has shaken the entire Kunlun ruins. However, the Saintess Amiaoyi is dead first, and then Elder Zhu is dead. All of this, where is the dignity of our witchcraft sect? Order Granny Snake to come out, find out who killed the Saintess, and bring mad Southern Ye's head here. With that, a hunchbacked old woman with a walking stick stood out shakily and coughed. I accept the order! Sword Sect, first peak. A beautiful figure ran toward the peak in a hurry. Just as she was about to reach the cave abode at the peak, 2 true disciples of the Sword Sect suddenly appeared. Halt! Hearing that, the beautiful figure could not help but turn cold. Move aside, I want to see my brother. I have news to tell him. A black-clothed true disciple smiled and said, slowly, so it's junior sister Yue. However, you came at the wrong time. Eldest senior brother went out to carry out a mission 3 days ago. He's not in the sect. What did you say? My brother went out? The owner of the beautiful figure thought she had heard wrongly, and then she said snappily, my brother is really something. His battle with Wu Shuang is imminent. Why is he running around instead of cultivating? Junior sister Yue, you're being too serious. The other true disciple chuckled and said proudly, how can that brat from the 9th peak be a match for eldest senior brother? Don't forget that he was suppressed by eldest senior brother 2 months ago. That's right. No matter how that brat cultivates, he won't be a match for eldest senior brother in just 2 months. The black-clothed true disciple smiled in disdain. Sword Sect, 9th peak. Under the cold spring, Gu Quan and the other 2 knelt on one knee, respectfully. From time to time, they would raise their heads to look at the azure-clothed Taoist who was meditating on the cold spring. Their eyes were filled with anxiety. A few seconds later, the young Hua Ling could not help but ask, Elder Qing Xian, where did youngest junior brother go? Give us a definite answer so that we won't worry. The moment that was said, the azure-clothed Taoist slowly opened his eyes and sighed softly. Are you guys here for the matter of mad Southern Yi destroying the Shao clan? That's right, that's right. Hua Ling immediately chattered. Youngest junior brother, this big brother is too powerful. He even killed the Shao clan's patriarch. Doesn't this mean that he has the strength to protect youngest junior brother? That's right, Elder Qing Xian. Even eldest senior brother Gu Quan could not help but say, youngest junior brother senior brother is definitely at the emperor stage. If he appears, the life and death battle between youngest junior brother and Su Qilin might be avoided. It's too late, it's all too late. Elder Qing Xian shook his head slightly and looked at the incomplete 9th peak. Wu Shuang has already entered the Sword Forest. What? Gu Quan and the other 2 were shocked. Sword Forest? Youngest junior brother actually went to the Sword Forest? Elder Qing Xian, what are you thinking? You actually let youngest junior brother go to such a dangerous place. Hua Ling immediately cried. Before the previous peak master of the Sword Sect's 9th peak passed away, he was worried that with his death, the 9th peak would fall into desolation, and his inheritance would be snatched away and eventually replaced. Therefore, before he died, he had cut the 9th peak in half and used a great divinity to refine it into a sword forest. He had also sealed all the supreme martial arts of the 9th peak within it, including his own comprehension of the sword Tao. After so many years, no one had been able to break through the seal. Even the other 8 peaks had failed. The sword forest contained the previous peak master's comprehension of the sword Tao. As long as a living person entered, they would be attacked by the sword intent. This was also the reason why the 9th peak's talents had withered. That was why Gu Quan and the other 2 were so shocked when they heard Elder Qingxian say that Yi Wushuang had entered the Sword Forest. Elder Qingxian smiled faintly in the face of Hua Ling's complaint. His smile revealed too much helplessness. This is Wushuang's choice. It's also the Ninth Peak's choice. Chapter 868. Quokang Mountain, Tianyin City. This city was not a single city. There were close to 10 cities of various sizes around it, bordering each other. Among the 12 ancient clans, the Bai, Duan, Lin, and Huang clans were all gathered together. They surrounded each other and formed a defensive formation. However, at this moment, all the cities with Tianyin City as the center had activated their formations. The enormous power of the formation completely protected the 4 ancient clans. The 4 ancient clans had mobilized hundreds of people to maintain the power of the formation. From top to bottom, the 4 ancient clans had fallen into a state of preparation for battle. The killing intent almost covered half of Quokang Mountain. The atmosphere was extremely strange. This was because just an hour ago, the 4 ancient clans had all received an extremely shocking piece of news. The enemy they had provoked in the secular world, Mad Southern Yi, had entered the Kunlun ruins. He had charged over with a shocking cultivation base that shocked the 4 ancient clans. The first to be destroyed was the Shao clan, the leader of the 5 ancient clans. The Shao clan's birthday celebration caused Border Dragon City's formation to not be activated. In the end, Yi Chen charged into Border Dragon City openly. As soon as the news of the Shao clan's patriarch's death and the destruction of the Shao clan spread, the 4 ancient clans were shocked and fell into endless panic. Now that the Shao clan had been destroyed, they would be next. Therefore, after a short period of dead silence, the leaders of the 4 ancient clans gave the order to activate the city's formation and prepare for battle. The 12 ancient clans had a total of 4 Emperor stage powerhouses. Among them, the 5 ancient clans led by the Shao clan occupied 2. Apart from the Shao clan's patriarch, the only remaining Emperor stage powerhouse was the Bai clan's patriarch. At the Bai clan's residence, a black-clothed old man walked in with a gloomy expression and said respectfully to the deep secret room, "Patriarch, everything has been prepared according to your instructions. We're just waiting for Mad Southern Ye's arrival." The old man's voice entered the secret room. After a long time, a ghostly voice slowly sounded. "I understand. You may leave." After that person left, Elder Ancestor Bai, who was in the secret chamber, had a ferocious look in his eyes. "Little B asterisk starred. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you back then." However, don't be too complacent. Our 4 great ancient clans have joined hands and activated all the formations. You won't be able to destroy the formation and charge in. Almost at that instant, 3 figures slowly walked over less than 1,000 feet away from Heavenly Fate City. The leader was Yi Chen. Luo Tianya, who was beside him, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Tianyin City in the distance. "Brother, Yi, look! The 4 ancient clans have already activated the formation." Yi Chen looked into the distance and saw a huge light screen of a formation enveloping everything within 100 miles of Fangyuan. It was as if it had merged with the entire Quokang Mountain. "This is the 4 ancient clans' last resort." Luo Tianya explained slowly. It said that the ancestors of the 4 ancient clans chose this place back then because there are 4 dragon veins here. Therefore, they invited a supreme giant to cast a great divinity and create 4 formations. The 4 formations surrounded and protected each other, covering a radius of 100 miles. At this point, Luo Tianya took a deep breath in and frowned. "If we want to break it, we need at least 3 Emperor stage powerhouses to work together to have a sliver of hope." 3 Emperor stage powerhouses? Yi Chen took a look and took a step forward. He appeared 100 feet away instantly and looked at Tianyin City from a close distance. His gaze was like lightning as he said calmly, "Listen up, people of the 4 ancient clans. If you take the initiative to remove the formation, I might be able to leave your corpses intact. Rumble, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 music when he said that. Under the stimulation of his true origin energy, it was like a bolt from the blue that exploded within a radius of 100 miles. His voice echoed throughout the entire world. It was like the furious roar of a divine king, as if it wanted to break through the mountains and rivers, stirring up a storm. At that moment, the people of the 4 ancient clans in the formation also heard it. Some of the people with low cultivation bases were killed on the spot. They did not even have the time to scream, "We'll fight to the death." Little B asterisk starred, "You're dreaming if you want us to surrender. Charge in if you can." The patriarch of the Bai family leaped into the air and presided over the core of the formation. He looked at Yi Chun from afar and scoffed. "That's right, Yi. Aren't you quite capable? If you have the ability, break the formation and come in to kill us? We've already washed our necks clean. Ha ha ha, you can't do anything to us, right? I like to see you in such a flustered and exasperated state. Do you think we're as stupid as the Shao family?" The patriarch of the Bai family's words immediately garnered the approval of countless people from the 4 ancient clans. At that moment, countless people provoked Yi Chin wantonly in the formation. Yi Chin watched everything coldly. The killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. "Since you guys aren't coming out, I'll shatter your turtle shell." He took a step forward and charged at the formation light screen before him like a bolt of lightning. First punch. At the next moment, a golden fist pierced through the air and turned into a huge shadow that struck the formation light screen. Rumble. The entire light screen trembled violently. The moment the fist landed, light flickered rapidly. Rumbling sounds rose from heaven and earth, turning into roars that spread throughout the world. Bleck! As the light screen trembled, dozens of people in charge of operating the formation instantly spat blood and fell to the ground dead. The patriarch of the Bai family, who was presiding over the core of the formation, also felt the vital energy and blood in his body surge. His eyelids twitched as he hurriedly shouted, "Hold the formation! Don't let him in!" As soon as he said that, dozens of people walked to the empty corner of the formation and tried their best to maintain the formation. Yi Chen's golden fist energy shot out. He broke the sky with one hand and shook the sky. Second punch. Rumble. As his punch landed, an illusory golden fist once again bombarded the light screen of the formation in an incomparably domineering manner. The light curtain of the formation caved in on the spot, like a balloon that had been squeezed flat, and there was a faint sign that it would explode. Bang, bang, bang. With this punch, dozens of people died. Their bodies exploded at the same time. The patriarch of the Bai family spat a mouthful of blood, his face filled with shock. Why is his physical strength so monstrous? Luo Tianyao watched in shock. The formation that could only be shaken by 3 Emperor stage powerhouses was on the verge of breaking under Yi Chen's attack. He had a feeling that if Yi Chen fought him with his physical strength alone, even he would not be Yi Chen's match. Third punch. Another golden fist shot out. The punch directly smashed into the formation light screen. The entire formation was like a balloon that had been poked out of a hole. It began to shrink rapidly and even collapse. With this punch, more than 100 people died. The patriarch of the Bai family turned into a bloody man and was sent flying. Yi Chen stepped in as killing intent spread throughout heaven and earth. Today, blood will flow like a river here. Chapter 869. After witnessing the formation being broken with their own eyes, Luo Tianya and his sister, who were in the distance, were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with deep shock. 3 punches. In just 3 punches, the formation that was extremely hard to the 4 ancient clans was broken. Luo Shueyao patted her chest with her hand. She could not even speak properly. This is too freakish. At this moment, she finally realized that Yi Chan had grown to a point where she could only look up to him. I'm not as good as him. Luo Tianya took a good look at Yi Chen's back and forced a smile. He then shook his head. The moment the formation was broken and Yi Chen entered the city, the entire Tianyin city fell into extreme panic. Countless people from the 4 ancient clans stared blankly at the formation that had completely dissipated. They stared blankly at the Bai clan's patriarch who was sent flying. Their eyes were filled with despair. The formation that the 4 ancient clans were proud of was broken by Yi Chen, just like that. In that case, it was equivalent to announcing their death sentence. Fight to the death. The eyes of countless upper echelons of the 4 ancient clans were bloodshot as they roared, "Stop him! Stop him!" As soon as he said that, the eyes of the people from the 4 ancient clans turned red. They charged at Yi Chen while roaring. At this point, no one begged for mercy, and no one cried because everyone knew that both sides were already in a desperate situation. At that moment, hundreds of people from the 4 ancient clans soared into the sky and charged at Yi Chen fearlessly. Blood explosion technique. The weakest among the hundreds of martial artists was a martial Dao master. However, they suddenly roared in unison when they were about to approach Yi Chen. Subsequently, the hundreds of people self-destructed at the same time. Their bodies turned into bloody mist that filled the sky. Meanwhile, terrifying energy waves swept toward Yi Chen. When looked at from afar, it looked like an enormous, blood-red torrent was surging, and it was an extremely terrifying scene. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. As a gleam flashed in his eyes, he lifted his hand and pressed hard when the torrent was about to reach him. Rumble! The torrent exploded immediately. Violent energy charged at Yi Chen's body crazily, tearing his clothes into pieces. Thud! 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 Meanwhile, Yi Chen's body staggered a few steps back from the impact of the violent energy before he managed to stabilize himself. How is this possible? How is this possible? When the upper echelons of the 4 ancient clans saw this from afar, they could not help but reveal expressions of shock and despair. Hundreds of martial artists self-destructing still couldn't injure him? Although I've killed many people in my life, I only kill those who deserve to be killed. Yi Chen looked calm. Since you guys are from the 4 ancient clans and view me as your enemy, I don't mind killing a few more of you. In that instant, a raging fire burned in his eyes. The flames burst forth and turned into a huge fire that engulfed the surroundings. The people of the 4 ancient clans who were nearby were all buried in the flames. They screamed and died without exception. Blood explosion. At that moment, dozens of old men stepped through the air and charged at Yi Chen. Their eyes were filled with madness. They were all elites of the 4 ancient clans. However, they had gone completely mad at this moment. All they wanted was to drag Yi Chen down with them. However, Yi Chen, who was on guard, spread his divine consciousness out before they self-destructed. He killed all of them one by one. At this moment, the entire Tianyin city was piled up like a mountain. Blood flowed everywhere, and the air was filled with a foul and pungent smell of blood. An extremely dense blood energy traversed heaven and earth. Many forces 100 kilometers away saw the blood energy, and countless powerhouses stepped into the air to watch. After seeing the tragic state of Tianyin City, many people were shocked. The 4 ancient clans are finished. You are not allowed to come within 100 kilometers of Tianyin City. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. Let's abandon the sect and retreat 500 kilometers away. In an instant, countless powerhouses from the surrounding forces issued orders. Some moved their sects, while others abandoned their sects and fled in fear. No one dared to interfere. In Tianyin City, the Bai clan's patriarch fled in panic. He tried his best to escape into the Bai clan's residence. He still needed to set up a formation there, which was his only hope. When he first descended to the secular world, he was slapped to the ground by the crazy old man. Although he did not die, he was severely injured. Before he could recover from his injuries, Yi Qin attacked again. He endured his injuries and presided over the core of Tianyin City's formation. He suffered the most damage from Yi Qin. The rebound force from Yi Qin's 3 punches almost broke his meridians. However, in the next moment, he stopped in his tracks and stared at the fluctuating space in front of him. A thin figure stood with his hands behind his back and slowly walked out. His calm gaze gave the Bai clan's patriarch extreme pressure. The Bai clan's patriarch's heart skipped a beat when he saw Yi Qin approaching him. He said immediately, "Little friend, you've killed too many people from the 5 ancient clans. Can you let me go? I was forced by Xiao Wuming. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your slave." No one was not afraid of death, especially those with higher cultivation bases. When they controlled extreme power to decide the life and death of others, they would be even more afraid of death. That was the Bai clan's patriarch's mentality. However, Yi Qin's eyes were deep. He was unmoved and very calm. He walked over step by step like a supreme god walking in the world. "No, you can't kill me." The Bai clan's patriarch retreated. "I have a big secret." At that moment, a sword gleam slashed over. The Bai clan's patriarch's right arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood splattered across the air as he took a few steps back heavily and screamed. "This arm belongs to Old Qin." Yi Qin was extremely calm. Old Qin has been protecting the secular world of China his entire life. He's more righteous than the heavens. But such a person died in your hands. Another sword gleam flashed over, and the Bai clan's patriarch's right arm was severed at the shoulder. His screams became even more shrill. "This arm is for Niu Qingshan. This leg is for Lin Tai. This leg is for second uncle and second aunt." In the end, the Bai clan's patriarch's arms and legs were severed by Yi Qin. He lay on the ground and twitched like a dead dog. "Devil, you're a devil. Kill me, kill me." The Bai clan's patriarch was in pain. He was really scared by Yi Qin's brutality. At that moment, he even hoped that Yi Qin would kill him. Boom! As a golden fist energy shot out, his body was blown up by Yi Qin's punch on the spot. "This punch is for my parents and wife." Yi Qin grabbed his soul. A hint of coldness flashed through his calm eyes as he closed his fingers. The Bai clan's patriarch's soul was destroyed immediately. "This is for myself, the patriarch of the 12 ancient clans, an emperor stage powerhouse, died just like that, and his soul was destroyed." On the 14th of December, 2019 in the Kungsa calendar, Yi Qin killed the Bai clan's patriarch in Tianyin City and destroyed the 4 ancient clans. When the news spread, the entire world fell silent. P.S. Today's update for the 4th chapter is over. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Finally, I've published the 1st chapter about Yi Wushuang entering the Kunlun ruins. There will be more chapters in the future, including the pretentious patriarch of hell. Those who are interested can pay attention to it. Chapter 870. The Bai clan's patriarch was dead, and the 4 ancient clans were destroyed. When the news started to spread, the entire Kunlun ruins fell into a brief silence. And what followed was the shock of the entire world. Did you know? The Bai clan and the other 4 ancient clans were also destroyed. Are you for real? Could it be that a supreme sect has made a move? The 4 ancient clans have been passed down for 1,000 years. If the supreme sect doesn't make a move, who can destroy them? No, it's Mad Southern Yi who killed the Shao clan's patriarch. After he destroyed the Shao clan, he rushed to the place where the 4 ancient clans are. What? This conversation spread crazily in every corner of the Kunlun ruins and even among the various forces. In just 2 hours, the entire Kunlun ruins was shaken. Amazing, this kid is truly amazing. He actually destroyed the 5 ancient clans by himself. The 5 ancient clans are completely finished this time. However, is this person really from the secular world? This battle prowess is enough to suppress a sect by himself. If this kid doesn't die, he'll definitely become a supreme powerhouse who can establish a sect. 100 years later, he might even be the strongest person in the Kunlun ruins. Countless peoples spittle flew as they discussed animatedly. At the end of the day, whether the 5 ancient clans were destroyed or not had nothing to do with them. It was human nature to worship the strong, but it did not stop them from admiring Yichin. The news was too shocking. It was even more shocking than the news of the Shao clan's patriarch being killed. We must befriend such a person. That's right. Even if we can't become friends, we can't become enemies with him. Men, prepare a generous gift. This old man wants to personally pay a visit to this seigneury. At that moment, countless forces moved upon hearing the news. They activated the energy in their hands to search for Yichin. At the same time, in the Luo clan's ancestral ground, after the 5 ancient clans were destroyed, only 7 of the 12 ancient clans were left, including the Luo clan. The so-called 12 ancient clans only existed in name. Ha ha ha, well done, well done. Although the 5 ancient clans are known as the 12 ancient clans with us, they've long been separated. All these years, the Shao clan has relied on their strength to suppress us. Yao Yao's eyes aren't bad. You actually got to know such a person in the secular world. You should be rewarded. Ever since Yao Yao returned to the family last time, she has been thinking about Mad Southern Yi. She probably has feelings for him. I think we should make the decision to let the 2 of them be together. This is a good move. Countless elders of the Luo clan gathered together, their saliva flying everywhere as they discussed excitedly. At that moment, an old man with white hair and a beard in a green robe appeared before everyone while trembling. Greetings, old ancestor. Countless people immediately knelt on one knee, extremely respectful. The person who came was the Luo clan's old ancestor, a legendary figure. At his peak, even the Shao clan's old ancestor had to look up to him. However, this person was already over 300 years old. His body was old and frail, and he didn't have much time left. Moreover, he had lost too much of his blood essence, so he had long since gone into seclusion and ignored the affairs of the world. Yao Yao, this girl is not bad. The Luo family patriarch's murky eyes were filled with gratification. Quickly send a pigeon to the siblings and invite that young friend over to let this old man take a look at him. Such a scene happened almost at the same time among the remaining 7 ancient clans. The 7 ancient clans were shocked. The patriarchs of the past came out of closed-door cultivation one after another and gave the order to befriend Yichin. The 7 ancient clans moved because of Yichin. In the Tang family, one of the 7 ancient clans, when Tang Jianfeng heard the news, he said, "Brother, Yi, good job!" He was so excited that he immediately snatched a chicken drumstick from Tang Yiming's hand and took a bite without saying anything. Tang Yiming looked at him with a fake smile. "Jianfeng, you're not bad. You've grown bold. You actually dare to snatch food from me." "Haha, not bad." Tang Jianfeng chuckled. Tang Yiming pinched his fingers and looked like he wanted to teach him a lesson. Come. I haven't trained with you in a long time. Brother, Yi is my brother. How dare you touch me? Do you believe that I'll get him to teach you a lesson?" After saying that, Tang Jianfeng burped. "This swallowtail spirit chicken tastes really good." The corner of Tang Yiming's mouth twitched slightly. "You brat, sword sect, first peak." A true disciple rode on a sword gleam and landed on the first peak. He said expressionlessly, "Eldest senior brother has ordered Elder Earth, sword to come out and capture Mad Southern Yi as an offering to Elder Sword Nether's spirit in heaven." With that, a golden sword invitation landed on the first peak. A sword gleam flashed past, piercing through the sky like lightning. Within the sword gleam, there was a figure with a terrifying aura standing in the air. The figure casually took the sword invitation and smiled faintly. "This old man accepts the decree. It's Elder Earth Sword. Eldest senior brother actually sent Elder Earth Sword. In that case, that you won't be able to cause any trouble. At that moment, countless disciples of the first peak raised their eyes and stared blankly at the figure in the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. Meanwhile, there was a beautiful figure standing in the crowd. Yi Qin, I can't believe that you can't change your personality even after coming to the Kunlun ruins. The owner of the beautiful figure looked at the figure in the sky with respect. Her expression was extremely complicated. You could have killed anyone, but you had to kill someone from the sword sect. Great. Now that Elder Earth Sword has made a move, even an immortal won't be able to save you. Almost at that instant, Sword Sect's 9th peak, Elder Qing Xian, turned into a sword rainbow and landed on the 9th peak. He looked at the first peak from afar. Even the Earth Sword is going to make a move? Things have blown up. With that, he lowered his head to look at the sealing power flashing beneath his feet and sighed faintly. He felt too helpless. Wu Shuang, please forgive me for my incompetence. I can't protect your brother. Just as the outside world was still immersed in the news of the 5 ancient clans being destroyed, hundreds of millions of earth-shattering news spread. The witchcraft sect has sent an emperor stage Cultivator to kill Mad Southern Yi and raise the prestige of the witchcraft sect. Before everyone could react, another piece of heavy news came. The sword sect's first peak's Elder Earth Sword has come out and threatened to capture Mad Southern Yi alive. These 2 pieces of news were like nuclear bombs that had been thrown into the Kunlun ruins, instantly stirring up terrifying waves in the Kunlun ruins. Countless people were dumbfounded and in disbelief. In the end, the witchcraft sect and the sword sect could not hold it in anymore. They had sent 2 supreme giants the moment they made a move. The so-called supreme giants could not be called supreme giants just by stepping into the emperor stage. Instead, they had to have supreme combat strength to be qualified. For example, although the Shao clan's patriarch and the Bai clan's patriarch were at the emperor stage, they were not supreme giants. At the end of the day, the 2 of them had exhausted their entire life's potential to barely step into the emperor stage. As for Granny Snake, the outside world did not know much about her. On the other hand, the sword sect's Elder Earth Sword was infamous. It was said that 20 years ago, when the Kunlun ruins besieged the Blood God sect, Elder Earth Sword had killed 3 emperor stage cultivators by himself. In the end, he became one of the supreme giants. Mad Southern Yi is in big trouble this time. That's right. No matter how monstrous he is, he'll die here with 2 supreme giants. What a pity! At that moment, countless people shook their heads and sighed. They did not think that Yi Chen could survive under the hands of the 2 giants. Chapter 871. Just as the situation in the outside world changed. At that moment, Yi Chen was at the peak of Kuokang Mountain. Ever since he had destroyed the 4 ancient clans, he had plundered the 4 ancient clans' treasuries clean. He had not even let go of the primordial stone mines. Of course, he didn't want everything. Some of the construction materials that were extremely precious to outsiders, or the so-called magic tools, were worthless to him. But when he left, the things he left behind were actually taken advantage of by some of the small forces around Sky Fortune City. In order to compete for these things, these forces even fought with each other. The Kuokang Mountain was a branch of the Broken Soul mountain range. Although it was a branch, it covered a radius of 1,000 miles. It could be said to be vast. Yi Chen stood at the peak of the mountain. After instructing Luo Tianya, Luo Shueyao, and the rest not to disturb him, he set up a formation and began refining the weapon. It had been some time since he had recovered to the golden core stage. Now that the almighty killer sword had been destroyed on the ghost ship, he realized that he didn't have a weapon he could use. Regardless of whether it was an ancient martial artist or cultivator, a weapon was equivalent to a second battle force. A suitable weapon would allow one to completely unleash their battle force. Yi Chen was no exception. Therefore, After destroying the 5 ancient clans and seizing countless precious materials, he planned to refine magic treasures for golden core masters. There are hundreds of weapons, but they are no more than knives, spears, rods, sticks, halberds, axes, whips, hammers, Yi Chen thought to himself. Among these hundreds of weapons, there are extremely overbearing weapons such as the exquisite Sky Solitude Saber, the Ghost God Killer Staff, the Desolate Demon Slayer Halberd, the Scarlet Flame Golden Chisel Spear. But since I am the Celestial Dart, I should naturally use the sword. With that, he shook his head slightly. The sword is the king of all weapons. The sword has the aura of a gentleman and the demeanor of a king. In ancient times, there was the emperor's sword that suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the people of the world with a sword. When I was in the cultivation world, there was a sect called the True Martial Sword Faction, and its signature sword was called the 33 True Martial Thousand Thunder Sword. The True Martial Sword sect adheres to the concept of the great way is not far away. True self, natural martial arts, unity of man and nature. They use the sword to control the chi, and the chi pierces through the sky. Sword art and chi control are one. A sword that can break through mountains and rivers. He can trigger the heavenly thunder of purple cloud with a single strike. Time to forge the 33 True Martial Thousand Lightning Sword. Yi Chen finally made up his mind as he thought to this point. Coincidentally, I obtained a piece of 1,000-year-old thunderstruck wood from the King Kong sect. It's perfect. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of true fire immediately appeared in the air. It emitted a purple high temperature, causing the entire space to faintly heat up. Go. Then he waved his sleeve. Immediately, a dozen or so refining materials shot out from the storage ring, including the piece of 1,000-year lightning-struck wood. As soon as the dozen or so refining materials came into contact with the true fire, they quickly melted like boiling molten iron. A heart-palpitating power began to spread out. He had been forging for 3 days straight. About a mile away from the peak of Kwa Tsang Mountain, 2 figures stood in the forest, bored to death. It was Luo Tianya and his sister. Luo Shueya was a little bored. She stepped on the dead branches and leaves on the ground and looked up at the top of the mountain from time to time. Brother, what do you think this guy is doing? 3 days have passed, and there's still no movement. I'm not sure either. Luo Tianya took a deep look at the peak of the mountain, then shook his head and said, Perhaps Brother Yi is cultivating. In short, we'll just wait here. He could vaguely feel that Yi Chen seemed to be preparing some sort of great technique. It was this so-called great technique that made his heart palpitate. This guy is really something. The world outside is about to turn upside down, but he's still so calm, Luo Shueya said snappily. Just as Luo Tianya was about to speak, a gentle breeze suddenly blew past, and all the leaves on the ground were lifted up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The birds and beasts in the forest actually flew into the distance in an extremely strange manner, as if they had sensed some kind of danger. Luo Tianya's expression gradually turned grim. He suddenly took a deep breath in and said, Since the people from the witchcraft sect are here, show yourselves. Someone's here? Luo Shueya was shocked. Before she could think too much, a sinister voice rang out in the forest in the next moment, as expected of the Luo family's genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. You actually discovered me. This voice was extremely hoarse, as if it was being squeezed out of its neck. Luo Shueya immediately felt goosebumps all over her body, as if a cold wind had brushed past her. There's no lack of venerable level ferocious beasts in this forest, but they're all fleeing as if they've encountered a natural enemy. It must be someone from your witchcraft sect. However, Luo Tianya remained calm as he snorted coldly. Everyone knows that the witchcraft sect's Tao of witchcraft specializes in subduing all beasts. At the next moment, a giant toad about 6 meters tall descended from the sky. The moment the toad landed, it suddenly opened its mouth and swept its extremely thick tongue across the forest. Immediately, several ferocious beasts were sucked into its mouth. As the sound of chewing fell, a pile of bones mixed with hair scattered on the ground. Luo Shueyao cried out in surprise when she saw this. She was so scared that she immediately hid behind Luo Tianya and secretly peeked her head out to take a look. There was a hunchbacked old woman standing quietly on the back of the giant toad. The old woman held a walking stick in her hand. Her beard and hair were all white, and her face was covered in red acne. Granny Snake from the witchcraft sect. Luo Tianya's pupils constricted. His gaze lingered on the snake-headed walking stick in her hand for a few seconds, and he recognized her at a glance. His heart gradually sank. The person before him was Granny Snake from the witchcraft sect. She was once the saintess of the witchcraft sect. At that time, she was peerless, and countless powerhouses in the Kunlun ruins were infatuated with her. Later on, for some reason, her face was suddenly disfigured, and her personality changed drastically as well. She became extremely ferocious and ruthless. The reason why the Kunlun ruins was extremely fearful of her was because the previous sect master had visited her before she was disfigured. Before this woman was disfigured, she was visited by the previous sect master. In the end, this woman killed the previous sect master of the witchcraft sect. Later on, she trusted the sect master and suppressed her. The previous sect master of the witchcraft sect was a supreme powerhouse whose name shook the Kunlun ruins. Since this woman could kill him, her strength naturally could not be underestimated. Thinking to this point, Luo Tinya's eyes flickered a few times as he said slowly, "Why is Granny Snake here?" "You know the answer, but you're asking." Granny Snake leaned heavily on the snake-headed walking stick in her hand and coughed. "I'm naturally here for the person at the peak. This person killed Elder Zhu of the witchcraft sect. He can atone for his sins, even if he dies 10,000 times." At this point, she looked at Luo Tianya with her turbid eyes. "Junior, you won't stop me, right?" Luo Tianya's expression remained unchanged as he looked at her. A faint battle intent surged from his body. "What if I insist on stopping you?" Although he did not know what Yi Chen was busy with at the top of the mountain, he knew that Yi Chen did not want anyone to disturb him. Since that was the case, naturally, he would not let Granny Snake go up. Chapter 872. Impudent. "You're just a lucky junior." After sensing his battle intent, Granny Snake's face was filled with anger. "Could it be that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and think that you're my match?" The battle intent on Luo Tianya's body grew stronger and stronger, and a sharp glint appeared on his handsome face. "Ever since Tianya stepped into the Emperor stage, I've never fought. Today, I'd like to experience the battle prowess of a supreme giant. Let's fight." In the next moment, he took a step forward, and the battle intent on his body enveloped the surroundings, almost materializing. "Junior, you're courting death." Granny Snake was instantly enraged. As a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, she heavily leaned on the snake-headed walking stick in her hand. "I'll fulfill your wish." Boom! In an instant, with Granny Snake as the center, a large amount of black vitality gushed out, causing the space to tremble. The moment the black vitality appeared, the surrounding plants withered at a speed visible to the naked eye and eventually turned into nothingness. "Poison!" Luo Tianya's gaze focused, and with a wave of his hand, Luo Shueyao felt her body fly out uncontrollably. Luo Shueyao's pretty face changed slightly, and she glared at Granny Snake fiercely. "Brother, beat this old woman to death!" Be *starred. Hearing that, Granny Snake's eyes revealed killing intent. She waved her sleeve, and more black vitality surged out. The black energy that filled the sky changed rapidly, finally turning into a huge poisonous scorpion. The scorpion was completely black, and a black light spread out, accompanied by a disgusting stench. The most terrifying thing was that the poisonous snake had a pair of wings, a sharp scorpion tail, and a monstrous poisonous aura. Junior, you don't know your place just because you have some talent. Today, I'll show you how powerful I am. Granny Snake heavily leaned on the snake-headed walking stick, and the huge poisonous scorpion in the black fog immediately charged at Luo Tinya. Huff, huff, the overwhelming poisonous aura swept through the world. Luo Shueyao said worriedly, "Brother, don't die." Luo Tianya smiled helplessly. Immediately after, his body trembled, and a red origin energy gushed out from his body, condensing into an origin energy barrier in front of him. Under Luo Shueyao's nervous gaze, the red elemental energy barrier wrapped around him tightly and actually resisted Granny Snake's poisonous gas. I want to see how much primordial chi you can consume. Granny Snake laughed coldly. The moment her poisonous gas touched a person's flesh, that person would instantly turn into a pool of blood. In her opinion, although Luo Tianya had temporarily resisted the attack of her poisonous gas, sooner or later, his origin energy would be exhausted. Strength of the hell-crushing God Mammoth! Luo Tianya shouted loudly, and a deafening elephant roar burst out from his mouth. He then took the initiative to throw a punch at Granny Snake. An illusory image of a giant elephant appeared behind him. The giant elephant let out a long roar, as if it wanted to trample on the world, causing space to tremble and faintly show signs of collapse. The Luo family's ultimate cultivation technique, the divine elephant overpowering force. Granny Snake's expression also changed slightly at this moment, but it immediately turned into a cold smile. If I give you another few decades, I might not be your match. But now is not the time. The corner of her mouth moved, and a ferocious smile immediately appeared on her face. Then she swung the snake-headed walking stick heavily. Rumble! An extremely majestic force erupted from her body, dispersing Luo Tinya's punch in an incomparably domineering manner. Tap, 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 Luo Tinya grunted and took a few steps back. In the end, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. He had just entered the Emperor stage, and he was indeed no match for a supreme giant, especially when facing Granny Snake, whose moves were extremely vicious and ruthless. Brother! Luo Shueyao cried out in alarm. Granny Snake smirked coldly. Junior, since you're a member of the Luo family, I'll spare your life as long as you agree to retreat now. The Luo family was a member of the 12 ancient clans after all, and there were Emperor stage cultivators in the clan. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the witchcraft sect was unwilling to make enemies with them. After all, the other 6 ancient clans were led by the Luo family. Again, Luo Tinya took a deep breath in, and his calm voice sounded again. Although I'm no match for you, it's impossible for you to kill me in a short period of time. Granny Snake was furious. Clearly, she did not expect Luo Tinya to have no intention of fighting her to the death. Instead, he merely wanted to stall her. She could not help but wonder what Yi Chun was doing at the peak. Why did he need someone to stall for time for him? Could it be that the brat was injured when he destroyed the 4 ancient clans? Was he at a critical juncture of closed-door cultivation? Thinking to this point, she could not help but smirk coldly. Fellow Earth, sort of the sword sect, how much longer are you going to watch? As soon as she finished speaking, a sword gleam suddenly descended from the sky. A sword gleam suddenly descended from the sky. As the sword gleam landed, a long-haired old man in a purple robe appeared. The person looked hunched and old, but when he stood there, the entire world seemed to be filled with the sound of a sword humming. Elder Earth, sword of the sword sect. Luo Tianya's pupils constricted, and his heart gradually sank. He had heard of this person before him. He did not expect that he would come personally. If it was only Granny Snake, he might be able to deal with her. However, if Elder Earth Sword was included, he really had no choice. Elder Earth's sword did not seem to have seen Luo Tinya. Instead, his gaze landed on Granny Snake, the dignified former saintess of the witchcraft sect. The beauty of the Kunlun ruins has actually fallen to such a state. How lamentable. Old Man Earth's sword cut the crap. Granny Snake knew that he was mocking her disfigured appearance, so she said angrily, "That brat is at the peak of the mountain. I suspect that he's injured. This person's fate was already decided the moment I left the mountain. It doesn't matter if he's injured or not." Elder Earth's sword smiled faintly, and then his figure flashed towards the peak of the mountain. Oh no! Luo Tinya hurriedly took a step forward when he saw this, wanting to stop him. However, a sword gleam slashed over and severed one of his arms on the spot. An indifferent voice rang out, "Junior of the Luo clan, if there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you. I'm not afraid of your patriarch." Luo Tinya took a few steps back and clutched his severed arm with a pained expression. "Brother Yi, I've tried my best." Yi Qin, Luo Shueiyao, had despair written all over her face. Right at that moment, a thunderclap suddenly flashed in the sky. Subsequently, the entire sky above Quokang Mountain suddenly darkened. Countless dark clouds quickly gathered above Quokang Mountain. In the end, it was like a black fog pressing down on a city, oppressive. At that moment, the weather changed. What happened? At that moment, even Elder Earth's sword and Granny Snake, who were about to reach the peak of the mountain, could not help but stop themselves. Their expressions changed drastically. A golden beam of light shot into the sky, piercing through the dark clouds and connecting with heaven and earth, connecting with the lightning. Chapter 873. It was a sudden phenomenon. Elder Earth's sword and Granny Snake were not the only ones who saw it. Even Luo Tianya and Luo Shueiyao were shocked. The treasure light grew bigger and bigger. In the end, all the forces near Quokang Mountain noticed the scene. Look! What's happening at the peak of Quokang Mountain? Why is there such a phenomenon? This is treasure light. A treasure must have appeared at the peak of Quokang Mountain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a treasure light. Ha ha ha, a treasure has appeared. Quick, go over quickly. Don't let outsiders get to it first. Countless people looked at the peak of Quokang Mountain from afar with shocked expressions. Subsequently, the forces around Quokang Mountain went crazy and rushed towards the peak of Quokang Mountain. On Quokang Mountain, Luo Shueiyao stared blankly at the treasure light that shot into the sky and stammered, "Brother, what's that?" Luo Tianya said nothing, but extreme shock surged in his eyes. Although he did not know what it was, he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with Yi Qin. At the same time, Elder Earth's sword stared fixedly at the treasure light that connected heaven and earth. He suddenly laughed out loud. "Treasure light. This is treasure light. I can't believe I've encountered a treasure here." With that, he moved and flew towards the peak of the mountain. Treasure light? Granny Snake, who was behind him, was also shocked. She could not be bothered to think too much and immediately followed with all her might, afraid that she would fall behind. At the peak of Quokang Mountain, Yi Qin stood against the wind and lifted his eyes to look at the sky. There was an ancient long sword standing in the air above his head. The sword trembled slightly, and lightning would surge from time to time. On it, a golden light shot into the sky and into the clouds. It was as if a golden thread connected heaven and earth. The dark clouds in the sky had already accumulated to the point of saturation. As the dark clouds rolled, a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a lightning dragon broke through the clouds and charged towards the ancient longsword. As expected of the true martial thousand lightning sword, Yi Qin's eyes revealed satisfaction. He had spent 3 days refining the true martial thousand lightning sword. Who would have thought that the moment the sword embryo appeared, it would trigger a heavenly phenomenon and even a heavenly tribulation? As long as I survive the heavenly tribulation, the true martial thousand lightning sword will be completed. Yi Chen stared the lightning that was as thick as a lightning dragon. Almost at that instant, Elder Earth Sword, who was approaching the peak of the mountain, suddenly stopped. Divine sword. It must be a divine sword. Otherwise, how could it trigger a heavenly tribulation? If I get my hands on him, it'll definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. I might even have the chance to become the strongest person in the Kunlun ruins. Elder Earth Sword's eyes were filled with greed as he looked at the sword embryo of the true martial thousand lightning sword in the air. Granny Snake also caught up, and after seeing the grand scene in the sky, she was extremely shocked. Old Man Earth Sword, why aren't you taking it down? Fool! Elder Earth Sword smiled coldly. This is a divine sword. It must undergo the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Besides, that bolt of lightning is as thick as a lightning dragon. If I rashly go up, I will be seriously injured, even if I don't die. The two of them thought that the true martial thousand lightning sword in the sky was something that was nurtured by the heavens and the earth. They did not expect Yi Chen to refine it. At that moment, many people had already rushed over. However, when they saw the shocking scene in the sky, they stopped in their tracks and did not dare to go forward. Although the treasures were tempting, their lives were more important. All of you scram. Elder Earth Sword snorted coldly, and a shocking killing intent erupted. Get lost 5 kilometers away, or you'll be killed without mercy. After sensing the killing intent, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Realizing that it was a supreme giant, they immediately retreated 5 kilometers away. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the lightning bolt that was as thick as a lightning dragon finally bombarded the sword embryo of the true martial thousand lightning sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The sword embryo of the true martial thousand lightning sword emitted streaks of purple lightning. It forcefully resisted the lightning tribulation and actually absorbed the external lightning crazily. This, Elder Earth Sword's pupils constricted when he saw that, and his face flushed red. This is the purple heaven divine lightning, the purple heaven divine lightning that even the Tao sect covets. That was only the beginning. As the first bolt of lightning fell, another bolt of lightning followed, closely behind. The entire Kuokeng mountain was almost covered in lightning. The third bolt, the fourth bolt, the eighth bolt. Yi Chen paid attention to the scene in the sky, quietly. His eyes were focused on the true martial thousand lightning sword embryo. There were runes that looked like vortexes. Those were lightning runes. The so-called lightning runes were the purple heaven divine lightning genesis, runes that could be released steadily in the future. The true martial thousand lightning sword could only imprint the lightning runes on the sword when it was stimulated by an external force. 8 lightning runes. There's only one left. Yi Chen thought to himself. As soon as he thought about it, another bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky. When the lightning dissipated, the true martial thousand lightning sword in the sky emitted an ear-piercing sword hum. There were 9 bolts of purple lightning flowing on it. It's done! Yi Chen heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. At the same time, Elder Earth Sword, who was halfway up the mountain, roared furiously. He turned into a sword gleam and shot towards the true martial thousand lightning sword in the sky. Old Man Earth Sword, how dare you snatch it from me? Granny Snake shouted and hurriedly followed. Her speed was not inferior to Elder Earth Sword at all. 10 miles away, many people from the various forces hesitated for a moment. Then someone cried out in surprise, "Charge! It belongs to whoever manages to snatch it." Boom! In an instant, dozens of figures fearlessly rushed towards the peak. They were a black mass with an incomparably vast aura. Right at this moment, an extremely indifferent voice suddenly shook the entire world. "How can the likes of you lay a finger on what I refined?" Rumble! The voice was mixed with a strong pressure. The closer they got to the peak, the more terrifying the pressure became. Many people spat a mouthful of blood under the pressure and fell to the ground. At the next moment, a skinny figure soared into the sky. The other party accurately held the true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand. Under everyone's gaze, the true martial thousand lightning sword in that person's hand shone with lightning. Thunder rumbled, heaven and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds rolled. That person's long hair fluttered in the wind as if it was stirring up heavenly lightning, causing the world to turn into a lightning hell. It's Mad Southern Yi. Why is it him? How is this possible? When they saw that person's face clearly, cries of disbelief erupted from the entire world. That name, everyone present was familiar with it. Luo Shueyao, who was below, did not know whether to laugh or cry when she saw that. "Brother, looks like this was caused by this guy." Luo Tianya heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, his gaze was still fixed on the true martial thousand lightning sword in Yi Chen's hand. He had a feeling that Yi Chen had become more powerful again. At that moment, an extremely discordant voice was heard. "Mad Southern Yi, hand over the divine sword to me, and I'll spare your life." P.S. Chapter 4, today's update is over. Thank you for your support. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 874. At this moment, in the sky above Kwokang Mountain, thunder rumbled endlessly, and the sky changed color. The wind and clouds rolled back, accompanied by an indescribable pressure, just as the dozens of martial artists present looked at the figure in the sky in shock. They were in an uproar. "Mad Southern Yi, hand the divine sword to me, and I'll spare your life." When an extremely discordant voice rang out, the entire Kwokang Mountain suddenly fell silent. Everyone could not help but look in the direction of the voice. They saw Elder Earth, Sword of the Sword sect, staring at Yi Chen furiously. He did not hide the dense killing intent in his eyes at all. Granny Snake, who was next to him, had a grim expression as well. It's Elder Earth, Sword of the Sword sect's first peak, and Granny Snake of the Witchcraft sect. When they saw their faces clearly, someone was shocked. "These are two supreme giants!" Whoosh! Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Previously, everyone's attention was on the true martial thousand lightning sword, so they did not pay much attention to Elder Earth Sword and Granny Snake. But now, after knowing their identities, there was no one who didn't turn pale with shock. Looks like the rumors from the Witchcraft sect and the Sword sect weren't groundless. These two supreme sects really sent two supreme giants to deal with Mad Southern Yi. Not only is Mad Southern Yi going to die, but he won't even be able to protect the divine sword in his hand. In the end, these two supreme giants are going to benefit from it. Everyone retreated, their hearts filled with shock. Yi Chen glanced at Elder Earth, Sword coldly. "Where did this old dog come from? How dare you talk nonsense in front of me?" Be asterisk starred. Elder Earth, Sword's expression was grim, and his gaze was terrifying. "I'm Elder Earth, Sword of the Sword sect's first peak. You killed my Sword sect's Sword Spectre. I'm here for you." He glanced at the true martial thousand lightning sword in Yi Chen's hand greedily as he said that. "Of course, as long as you're willing to hand over the divine sword with both hands and follow me back to the sect, I might spare your life." Mad Southern Yi. Granny Snake took a step forward and leaned on the snake-headed walking stick in her hand. She said coldly, "You killed my Witchcraft sect's Elder Zhu. I'm here for you. Hand over the divine sword, and I'll leave your corpse intact." The people in the distance could not help but look at Yi Chen as soon as they said that. To them, Yi Chen would definitely compromise in the face of the threat of the two supreme giants and hand over the true martial thousand lightning sword obediently. Luo Tianya and Luo Shueyao were no exception. However, Yi Chen smiled. Both of you want the divine sword in my hand, but there's only one divine sword. Who should I give it to? It's really difficult for me. He lowered his head and played with the true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Why don't the two of you fight first? What a cunning kid. Elder Earth Sword was furious when he heard that. Fellow Ouyang, don't listen to his provocation. If we fight, it will definitely benefit the outsiders. Although he said that, he still braced himself and secretly guarded against Granny Snake beside him. Not bad. Granny Snake's expression was extremely cold. Fellow Ouyang, after I capture this child, will split the spoils. How about it? Sure. Elder Earth Sword's eyes flickered a few times. She then looked at Yi Chen slowly. Brat, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you killed 2 Emperor Stage cultivators? At this point, extreme killing intent surged out from her wrinkled face. Today, I let you witness what a supreme giant is. At the next moment, the snake head in her hand suddenly waved. Boom! In an instant, boundless black, poisonous mist spread out in an area of 30 m with her as the center, and it caused the surrounding space to tremble. Woo-woo! It was as if a cold wind had attacked. The black fog covered the sky and earth, transforming into a huge poisonous scorpion. It was the move she had used against Luo Tinya earlier. As the huge poisonous scorpion condensed, dark light filled the air and poisonous gas filled the sky, causing the gazes of many spectators to tremble. Even Elder Earth's sword was no exception. He leaped and immediately retreated 30 meters away. Even he had to be careful when dealing with the monstrous poison. This was the power of the witchcraft sect. They either cultivated poison techniques or raised poisonous creatures like goo. Therefore, not many people in the entire Kunlun ruins dared to offend the witchcraft sect. Go! Granny Snake smirked. The gigantic scorpion in the air pounced at Yi Chen as if it was a living creature. It was a terrifying sight. Hoo-hoo! The terrifying poisonous fog covered the heavens and the earth. As the breeze blew, a wisp of poisonous gas was immediately blown far away. As soon as some of the people who were closer came into contact with the poisonous gas, their bodies immediately swelled up. Their faces suddenly turned black, and blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. In the blink of an eye, they were forcibly turned into a pool of pus and blood. Be careful. Many people's expressions changed, and they retreated explosively, under everyone's shocked gaze. The scorpion that was engulfed in a monstrous poisonous gas had approached Yi Chen and wrapped him up tightly. Brat, unless you're like that Junior Luotinya and use your origin energy to protect yourself. Granny Snake scoffed as if she could see Yi Chen being turned into thick water. But even so, how long can you last? However, the smile on her face froze in the next moment. Yi Chen's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden gleam. Under the dazzling golden gleam, Yi Chen's body seemed to be surging with divine radiance. He was like a god in the world. The poisonous fog around him was useless against him. How is this possible? Granny Snake's expression changed drastically. Boom! At that moment, Yi Chen slapped the scorpion in the air. At that moment, the terrifying golden gleam suddenly grew like the sun. Rumble! In just a short moment, the gigantic scorpion collapsed and eventually turned into black gas that filled the sky. As the golden gleam surged on Yi Chen's body, the black gas seemed to have encountered its nemesis and dissipated. Countless people were shocked when they saw that. Luo Tinya, Elder Earth Sword, and the rest were even more dumbfounded, especially Granny Snake. Until now, she still could not figure out what the golden gleam that erupted from Yi Chen's body was. It could destroy all her techniques in such a domineering manner. Yi Chen took a step forward. What can a mere poisonous fog do to me? Shameless boasting. Granny Snake's expression changed slightly. After a cold snort, The snake-headed walking stick in her hand crossed the sky and rapidly grew larger. It suddenly turned into a giant snake that covered the sky. The giant snake covered the sky with a monstrous, murderous aura. It tore through the air and suppressed Yi Chen like a peerless beast that looked down on the common people. Is this the might of a supreme giant? He's too powerful. He's far beyond the emperor stage. At that moment, countless people were shocked. They could not help but crawl on the ground and tremble. Boom! Yi Chen held the true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand. Lightning surged around him as he stood in the air like a god. Chapter 875. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. He moved. He waved the true martial thousand lightning sword and slashed at the giant snake that was suppressing him. The sword gleam tore through the air and pierced through the sky. Rumble! A deafening roar exploded in the air. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the giant snake, the Granny Snake's snake-headed walking stick, had transformed into a sliced apart by Yi Chen's sword. It turned into several broken wooden staffs that scattered everywhere. Granny Snake herself took a few steps back, her aged face filled with shock. Meanwhile, the spectators were already stunned. A supreme giant had attacked, but he was actually not a match for Mad Southern Yi. Impossible, that's impossible. Granny Snake's hair was disheveled as she roared repeatedly. Her old face was filled with ferocity. You're just relying on the sharpness of the divine sword. She was a supreme giant, but Yi Chen had neutralized her attacks one after another. It almost drove her crazy. Buzz! At that moment, a sharp sword hum resounded through the world, and a figure appeared next to Granny Snake. It was Elder Earth Sword, who was watching from the side. Fellow Ouyang, this brat is relying on the sharpness of the divine sword. You're no match for him. Elder Earth Sword glanced at Yi Chen with a grim gaze and said coldly, Let's suppress him together. Whoosh! Everyone was in an uproar, and their eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, they did not expect Elder Earth's sword to be unable to hold it in either. The two supreme giants were forced by Yi Chen to join forces. Luo Tianya, who was on the ground, soared into the air when he saw that. Eventually, he landed next to Yi Chen. Since the two of you want to play, why don't you count me in? Elder Earth Sword's gaze turned grim. Junior from the Luo family, if you continue to be a busybody, I'll kill you first. The two of you are supreme giants whose names shake the Kunlun ruins after all. Now, you're attacking brother Yi together. Luo Tianya's expression remained the same. If this gets out, I'm afraid it'll become a joke, right? Elder Earth Sword was furious. Just when he was about to speak, he heard Yi Chen say, Brother Luo, please step back. I've mastered my magic treasure today. I can use the blood of these two people to sacrifice my sword. He had refined the true martial thousand lightning sword at Kwokang Mountain. When the sword was completed, it could slay Emperor Realm cultivators and supreme giants. What? Luo Tianya was stunned. He took a good look at Yi Chen. He returned to the ground after seeing that he did not seem to be faking it. Everyone on the ground was shocked speechless, but their eyes were filled with shock. Was Yi Chen going to fight two supreme giants alone? If word of this got out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Kunlun ruins. Brat, to be able to force the two of us to join hands, even if you die, you can still smile in the underworld. Elder Earth Sword smirked coldly. After exchanging glances with Granny Snake, the two of them attacked at the same time. They charged at Yi Chen. Boom! As the two of them moved, a huge origin energy storm was stirred up in the air. It was like a hurricane that directly tore the surrounding space to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. The two of them immediately erupted with an aura that was like a giant mountain that could hold up the sky and earth. It was this aura that oppressed the people on the ground to the point that they felt suffocated. Sword, come. Elder Earth Sword let out a long roar, and a shocking sword gleam shot out from his body. When the sword gleam landed in his hand, it suddenly turned into an ancient sword that was as heavy as 100 kilograms. This is the Void Rush Sword. Some of the onlookers on the ground recognized the sword and immediately cried out in surprise. The Void Rush Sword. More than 100 years ago, when Elder Earth Sword entered the Emperor stage, he had gathered the outer cold iron to forge it. He had also borrowed the true Samadhi fire of the Tao sect. The sword was 3 feet and 5 inches long. On the day the sword was forged, Elder Earth Sword had once killed an Emperor stage Cultivator to offer the sword. Then he stored it in his body and nurtured it with his blood essence until now. Elder Earth Sword is serious. Luo Tinya's expression changed slightly as he hesitated on the ground whether he should attack or not. Sword of the Milky Way. Elder Earth Sword held the Void Rush Sword in his hand. Majestic sword chi exploded immediately. It swept hundreds of meters and pointed at Yi Qin. Granny Snake was unwilling to fall behind. A bone flute appeared in her hand, and she started playing it immediately. This is the ancient Gu flute. Someone cried out in surprise, his voice trembling. This is one of the 3 sacred weapons of the witchcraft sect, the ancient Gu flute. It said that it can control tens of thousands of Gu and bewitch people. As soon as he said that, the roars of tens of thousands of beasts resounded through the world. Poisonous insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth charged at Yi Qin. From afar, they looked like locusts passing through. Yi Qin attacked in the face of such a terrifying scene. Buffed as the true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand smashed at several bolts of purple heaven divine lightning, he slashed in the air. The sword gleam whistled like a 300-meter long white rainbow, sweeping through the air and bringing with it a vast amount of origin energy. Rumble, with a loud bang, the 300-meter long sword gleam destroyed Elder Earth Sword's hundreds of sword chi in an incomparably domineering manner. Boom! Elder Earth Sword's expression changed slightly when he saw the sword gleam approaching him. He immediately retreated over 30 meters, his eyes filled with shock. At the same time, the Gu that blotted out the sky attacked Yi Qin like a dark cloud. That lineup made one's scalp go numb. However, Yi Qin did not move at all. The purple heaven divine lightning on the true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand suddenly exploded and turned into several bolts of purple lightning that shot across the sky. Buffed! The entire sky was filled with purple lightning snakes. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Gu that approached Yi Qin were all killed by the purple lightning. Subsequently, they fell to the ground one after another. What? Granny Snake's expression changed drastically when she saw that. Then she seemed to have thought of something. Purple heaven divine lightning. The purple heaven divine lightning can restrain my Gu. At this moment, she felt a little uneasy. In fact, her guess was right. The purple heaven divine lightning was extremely young, and it specialized in restraining evil. What could a mere Gu do? On the other hand, the ground was dead silent. Everyone widened their eyes as they watched the scene in disbelief. The attacks from the 2 supreme giants were neutralized by Yi Qin. Luo Tinya's smile became more and more bitter. He thought he had overestimated Yi Qin's combat ability, but he did not expect Yi Qin to shock him again and again. This freak. Luo Shuiyao's red lips parted slightly as she stared blankly at the figure in the sky. Before this, she already thought that her brother was freakish enough, but she had never thought that Luo Tinya could fight 2 supreme giants. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qin held the true martial thousand lightning sword and said calmly, "It's my turn." At the next moment, a cold gleam shot into the sky from the true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand, and a vast and dignified voice rang out. "The ancient sword is cold and dim. It has been forged for thousands of years. I feel the 3-foot iron, and I can shock even ghosts and gods." Chapter 876. At that moment, Yi Qin stood in the air with the true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand. Lightning flickered all over his body, and even his long hair was flickering with lightning. The true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand expanded to 15 meters long. It pierced through the sky, splitting the clouds and shaking the mountains and rivers. Sword Chi spread out within a radius of 300 meters. Even Elder Earth Sword and Granny Snake's expressions changed at this moment. An unprecedented sense of danger gradually emerged in their hearts. Mad Southernie, I admit that you have the combat strength of a supreme giant. How about we stop this battle? Granny Snake's expression changed a few times before she suddenly said, After all, you can't kill me, and I can't kill you either. One sword strike is enough to kill you. Yi Chen was like a god. Divine radiance surged as he swung the true martial thousand lightning sword that was 15 meters long. That domineering aura was truly like the descent of a god, looking down on all living beings and suppressing everything. A giant sword that could hold up the sky, traverse the sky. Everyone's pupils constricted. In their eyes, it was as if there was only that giant sword in the world. Be asterisk starred. Granny Snake was furious, but her expression was unprecedentedly solemn. She stared fixedly at the giant sword that tore through the sky. She subconsciously wanted to break through space and leave. However, she was fast, but the sword was even faster. A monstrous sword gleam slashed down from the sky as if it was going to split the sky. The supreme giant of the witchcraft sect, Granny Snake, who wanted to kill Yi Chen, let out an indignant roar. Her roar was filled with fear. Whoosh! As the sword gleam slashed, a bloody wound suddenly appeared on Granny Snake's body. She lowered her head and stared blankly at the wound on her chest. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The crack grew larger and larger. In the end, it exploded, and warm blood splattered into the sky. Granny Snake's soul shot out as if she wanted to escape, but she was destroyed by a bolt of purple heaven divine lightning. The supreme giant of the witchcraft sect, Granny Snake, was dead. The world was dead silent. Everyone's gazes froze, as if they had been petrified. One sword strike is enough to kill you. Yi Chen's words earlier were like rolling thunder that still exploded in their minds. It was so shocking. Gulp, in the silence of the world, someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, followed by a series of swallowing sounds. One strike. It was really just one strike. Just this one sword strike had killed a supreme giant. Boom! Elder Earth Sword, who witnessed the scene with his own eyes, was shocked. He retreated rapidly and was horrified. What kind of swordsmanship is that? He did not believe that Yi Chen could kill a supreme giant with one strike. However, the truth was right before his eyes. There was only one explanation left. Yi Chen's sword attack earlier must have been some secret technique. Moreover, he could not simply perform it. Yi Chen shook his head secretly when he sensed the loss of quintessential origin energy in his dantian. As expected, magic treasures that haven't been sacrificially refined consume quintessential origin energy. Ever since he refined the true martial thousand lightning sword, he hadn't used his true essence to refine it, so he couldn't merge his mind with it. Although he had managed to kill Granny Snake in the end, it had also consumed most of his quintessential essence. His silence made Elder Earth's sword even more certain of his guess. Just as I expected, you can't slash out like before anymore, right? He stared at Yi Chen with killing intent all over his face. I'd like to see what other tricks you have. Blood sword technique. Elder Earth Sword swung his sword through the air. He immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the void-crushing sword. At the next moment, after the void-crushing sword in front of him absorbed his blood, the sword trembled violently and began to expand. 3 meters, 2 meters, 3 meters, Elder Earth Sword spat 3 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. His hair started to turn white at a visible speed, and his skin became like wrinkled old bark. In the end, the void-crushing sword in his hand grew to a length of 30 meters. Its entire body was dyed blood red, like the blade of the Grim Reaper, and its murderous aura increased greatly. At the same time, Luo Tianya's expression changed. Blood sword technique. He's actually using the blood sword technique. The so-called blood sword technique was to use blood to nourish the sword, allowing its power to increase explosively and finally unleash its full potential. However, the price was equivalent to consuming one's life force. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not be used easily. Now that Elder Earth Sword had used this technique, it was clear that he wanted to fight Yi Chen to the death. Firstly, he suspected that Yi Chen could not slash out earlier. Secondly, he could not abandon the true martial thousand lightning sword. Slash! Elder Earth Sword roared furiously. The void-crushing sword in his hand left his hand and slashed at Yi Chen with a bloody gleam that soared into the sky. Even a supreme giant would not dare to take that strike head-on. It contained all of Elder Earth Sword's essence, energy, and spirit. I don't believe that you can slash out like that. Elder Earth Sword glared at Yi Chen and scoffed. Boom! Yi Chen slashed again with the true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand. It shook the surroundings, and heaven and earth shook. The void-crushing sword that Elder Earth Sword was slashing at him collapsed. The sword gleam did not slow down at all as it slashed at Elder Earth Sword. Elder Earth Sword's pupils suddenly widened. His body suddenly trembled as he lifted his head to look at Yi Chen with difficulty. How is this possible? At the next moment, as his vision turned upside down, his head flew into the sky. He had made the wrong bet. Yi Chen could still slash out that strike earlier. As his body fell rapidly, a soul shot out from his body and turned into a sword gleam that shot into the sky. Yi Chen controlled his body to land steadily. He looked at the sky and shook his head lightly. What a pity! The last strike exhausted all of his true origin energy. Otherwise, the other party's soul would not have been able to escape. At that moment, everyone fell into dead silence. Only a thin figure stood at the peak of the mountain. His facial features were so ordinary, but at that moment he was like a god that ruled the world. After a long while, someone let out a heavy sigh. His lips trembled as he said word by word. He killed 2 supreme giants with 2 strikes. He killed 2 supreme giants with 2 slashes. Yi, mad Southern Yi, is going to suppress Kungsu alone. At the same time, compared to the shock on Kuoking Mountain, the sword sect was also bustling with noise and excitement. Countless forces rushed to the sword sect. What was shocking was that all the forces in the Kunlun ruins had arrived. Among them were Purple Cap Mountain, Witchcraft Sect, Corpse Sect, Spirit Talisman Sect, Star Sect, Dao Sect, Devil Sect, Ghoul Sect, and the other 10 supreme sections. That was because today was a rare occasion in the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's 9th Peak's Sword Son, Yi Wushuang, was going to challenge the Sword Sect's 1st Peak's Sword Son, Su Qilin. Before Yi Chen stepped into the Kunlun ruins, Su Qilin and Yi Wushuang were the most popular people in the entire Kunlun ruins. Both of them were geniuses that were hard to come by in 1,000 years in the Kunlun ruins. Now that the 2 geniuses that were hard to come by in 1,000 years were about to engage in a life and death battle, how could the entire Kunlun ruins not pay attention to it? After all, the survival of one of them represented the future direction of the Sword Sect, and it also represented who would inherit the Sword Sect. Chapter 877. Snowflakes rustled in Sword Sect's 9th Peak. The 9th Peak was as desolate and dilapidated as ever. When placed before the 8 peaks of Sword Sect, it seemed to be completely insignificant. Ever since the previous peak master passed away, the 9th Peak's talents had dwindled and had been repeatedly suppressed by the other 8 peaks. Every time the sect recruited disciples, the talented disciples would be divided among the 8 peaks. On the other hand, the people the 9th Peak got were people with mediocre potential. These people with mediocre aptitudes had to lower their heads in front of the disciples of the 8 peaks and were often bullied. After a long time, even those with mediocre aptitudes couldn't take it anymore, and left the mountain on their own, never to return. The people of the ninth peak initially thought that after Yi Wuxuang appeared, the sect would change its attitude toward the ninth peak. Never had they thought that they would become more and more upset. If not for Elder Qing Xian's frequent teachings, some of the people from the ninth peak would have questioned the sect a long time ago. After it started snowing, the ninth summit became even more deserted. Even the immortal cranes that originally belonged to the ninth summit ran away to the first summit, because the first summit had a rune to repel the cold. Elder Qing Xian was still meditating on the cold spring that was only a few dozen feet wide. Even the clamor in the sword sect could not disturb him. At this moment, a young man dressed in white appeared in front of him. The youth allowed the snowflakes to hit his body. His cold eyes slowly landed on Elder Qing Xian. He only stared at him without saying a word. Elder Qing Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him calmly. After a while, he slowly said, "Do you know why you're going?" "Kill." The white-robed youth was a man of few words. Elder Qing Xian was still extremely calm. "What if he doesn't return?" "Then don't come back," the young man said. Elder Qing Xian said, "Then go." The white-robed youth did not say anything else. He turned around and walked out. He had only taken a few steps when he slowly turned around and knelt down on one knee towards the figure on the cold spring. After the ceremony, he swaggered off. After he left, Qing Xian opened his eyes again and asked himself, "Senior brother, does the ninth peak still have a future?" A stream of tears slowly fell from the corner of her eyes. Then it turned into ice. There were 8 people standing quietly outside the ninth summit. None of them spoke. Before Yi Wuxuang entered the ninth peak, they were all the disciples of the huge ninth peak. There were a total of 8 of them. They were ranked from Gu Quan, the eldest senior brother, to Hualing, the youngest junior sister. After Yi Wuxuang came in, he was ranked number 9. He became the junior brother with the least experience. However, none of the 8 senior brothers and sisters bullied him. They all treated him like a little brother. They had witnessed the entrance of Wuxuang, the youngest disciple, and the rise of Wuxuang, who had always been silent. And now he was going to witness the death of his junior brother? Hualing, the little junior sister in everyone's eyes, covered her red lips and cried nonstop. Her eyes were red and tears flowed down. "Eldest senior brother, can you not? Don't let youngest junior brother go." Hua Ling wiped her tears and looked at Gu Quan helplessly. As she cried, a few people could no longer hold back their tears. The 5th junior brother clenched his fists and sobbed. "It's fine if you want to go, but let me go. I'm useless anyway." In his early years, he was framed by the people of the first peak and had one of his legs crippled. He was now a cripple in everyone's eyes. That's right. Youngest junior brother is the future of our ninth peak. If anything happens to him... The 4th junior brother hugged the wine jar, and the smell of alcohol filled the air. "All of you, shut up." The eldest senior brother, Gu Quan, scolded with a straight face. His eyes were slightly red. "This is youngest junior brother's decision. We can't change it. Why not? Wouldn't it be fine as long as we knock him out and tie him up?" Hua Ling said with tears in her eyes. Gu Quan said, "Can you defeat youngest junior brother?" Hua Ling was speechless. Gu Quan smiled bitterly and self-deprecatingly. "If we could defeat youngest junior brother, would we have waited until now? If I were youngest junior brother's opponent, I would have been the one to fight today." Just as he was speaking, a white robe walked over gently. "Youngest junior brother." The 8 of them immediately shouted with complicated expressions. The white-clothed youth stopped in his tracks. His cold gaze swept across the 8 of them one by one, and there was a trace of heat in the depths of his eyes. "Take care of Elder Qing Xian." With that, the youth was about to leave. "Wait." At that moment, Hua Ling suddenly stopped him and took out a sword case. "Youngest junior brother, this is your sword. Bring it with you." Gu Quan walked over, and opened the sword case. When he saw the long sword, his expression suddenly changed. He could not help but glare at her fiercely. "When did you?" He clearly remembered that after they brought the long sword back, Taoist priest Qingxian had put it away and did not allow them to give it to youngest junior brother. But now it was stolen by Hua Ling. Just as Hua Ling was about to speak, she saw the long sword in the sword case automatically fly into the young man's hand. The young man raised his eyes slightly and looked at Hua Ling in confusion. "Why is this sword with you?" "This is my—" Hua Ling subconsciously wanted to tell him that she and Gu Quan had gone to border Dragon City. However, he was interrupted by Gu Quan's cough. "Little junior brother, this is the money that Elder Qing Xian gave us to redeem for you." After saying that, he glared at Hua Ling and said with an unnatural expression, "Youngest junior brother, give me the sword." "Use my sword. There's no need." The young man in white shook his head slightly. Holding the long sword, he turned into a sword gleam and shot out of the 9th peak, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. "Eldest senior brother, why do you keep stopping me from telling the truth?" After he left, Hua Ling said unhappily, "Also, if youngest junior brother finds out that his brother is looking for him, he'll definitely be very happy. Have you forgotten Elder Qing Xian's instructions? Youngest junior brother's sword is a calamity." When Gu Quan heard this, he looked at her with a disappointed expression. "Also, there are already 2 supreme giants who have gone to cause trouble for youngest junior brother's brother. Are you trying to kill him by telling youngest junior brother at this time?" Hua Ling's face turned pale when she heard that. She was extremely glad. Sword Sect's first peak. At that moment, countless people had already gathered. As far as the eye could see, people were surging. Fortunately, the first peak was large enough, so the scene was not too crowded. Above the many seats, there were rows of incomparably large VIP seats. At that moment, there were figures with powerful auras sitting on them. When the people below occasionally swept their gazes over, their eyes were filled with reverence. That was because the people sitting there were people from the 10 supreme sects, including the Sword Sect, the host. Everyone had come for today's battle. Compared to the silence on the VIP seats, the many seats below were extremely noisy. A sect master coughed dryly and asked, "Everyone, guess who will win this battle?" "Nonsense. Is there a need to guess? Naturally, the person from the Sword Sect's first peak will win this battle." Another powerhouse chuckled. "That's right. I bet that the person from the first peak will win." For a moment, countless people expressed their stance. Most of them thought highly of the Sword Sect's first peak's Sword Son. However, the sect master from before shook his head. "In my opinion, that's not the case. Perhaps you guys haven't clearly understood these 2 people." Just as he was about to show off his knowledge, an incomparably sharp sword intent suddenly flashed over from the horizon. The sword intent soared up, wanting to cut through everything. Countless people looked at the proposal that was getting closer and closer, and their hearts trembled. "He's here! He's here!" P.S. Chapter 4. Today's update has been completed. The missing chapters will be added in the next few days. Chapter 878. Sword Sect's First Peak. Under everyone's gazes, the incomparably sharp sword intent in the sky became more and more intense, as if a divine sword was descending from the sky. Under this terrifying sword intent, the origin energy in the world started to change, and in the end it condensed into a vortex that soared into the sky. The moment the vortex appeared, it suddenly started to spin crazily, as if a strange power had descended from the sky. At this moment, the weather changed and the weather changed. A white figure slowly appeared in the sky, filled with berserk yuan power. It was a white-clothed young man who was only 17 or 18 years old. His eyes were as bright as stars, and his expression was cold. He stood there like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. With his appearance, the tens of thousands of people in the surrounding seats all felt the sword intent descending from the sky. This sword intent was earth-shattering. Ding, ding, ding. Just as everyone was in a daze, countless people suddenly realized that the swords in their hands had started to tremble violently, as if they had suddenly come to life. Before they could react, the swords in their hands shot out uncontrollably. For a moment, the sky was filled with sword gleams. What was shocking was that the sword gleams actually circled around the white-clothed figure, emitting waves of sword hums. Just the sword intent alone is enough to cause all swords to bow. A powerhouse stared blankly at the white-clothed figure and the almost materialized sword intent that filled the sky. He was shocked, as expected of the Ninth Peak's sword son. If this kid doesn't die in this battle, his achievements in the future will definitely be beyond our imagination. A mighty figure suddenly stood up, his pupils constricting. With his cultivation, he could naturally tell that the white-clothed young man in the distance did not emit any origin energy fluctuation, but he was able to do this. Only by comprehending the limits of the sword could he do so. How good would it be if this kid appeared in our star sect? No one in the younger generation dares to compete with him. Even the so-called supreme paragons are no exception. For a moment, all the leaders of the various forces who came to watch the battle were moved by the white-clothed young man. Even the people from the 9 high sects were no exception. So handsome. He's a little small, but he doesn't mind. Hussy, are you love-struck again? Many of the female cultivators present were also captivated by the white-robed young man's appearance, and from time to time they would let out sounds of infatuation. They were not the only ones. Even the people from the sword sects, First Peak, gasped. This little bastard has become stronger again. The eyes of one of the elders from the first summit were like lightning as he stared fixedly at the white-robed figure. His expression was dark and uncertain. He must have cleared the 9th summit's sword forest. What? Hearing this, the rest of the people cried out in surprise. After all, ever since the previous peak master died, no one had been able to enter the sword forest of Sword Sect's 9th peak. Even the arrogant people of the first peak were no exception. But now a 17 or 18-year-old kid had done it. Just as everyone was whispering to each other, a beautiful figure in black suddenly dashed to the side of the white-clothed youth. Wu Shuang, why did you insist on coming? The beautiful woman's face was filled with disappointment. Her beautiful eyes were mixed with anger, and there was even a hint of love. As the voice fell, everyone could not help but look over. They realized that it was a tall woman in black around the age of 24 or 25. Her aura was cold, and there was a hint of arrogance between her brows. A powerhouse immediately frowned. Who is this woman? Why is she only at the Grandmaster stage? Judging from her chaotic aura, she must have just stepped into the Grandmaster stage not long ago. You guys probably don't know. Someone who knew chuckled and introduced. This woman's surname is Su, and her name is Yue. It's said that she came from the secular world and broke through from immortal to the Grandmaster stage in less than a month. Both her looks and talent are excellent. Her surname is Su. Could she be the relative of that person from the first peak? That's right, this woman is the younger sister of that person from the first peak. Hey. In the quiet crowd, faint sounds of discussion rang out one after another. Everyone's gazes towards the beautiful figure had changed. So it was the younger sister of the Sword Sect's First Peak's sword son. That was not surprising. However, everyone knew that in the Sword Sect, the First Peak and the 9th Peak were like fire and water. Why did this woman care so much about Yi Wushuang? Thinking to this point, many people's eyes flickered, and they looked at Su Yue and Yi Wushuang with a hint of playfulness in their eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Wushuang's expression remained cold when faced with Su Yue's question. He did not say a word and took a step forward to walk past her. Stop! Su Yue berated. Do you know that you'll die? The latter hurriedly stopped him and bit her lip. You know that you're no match for my brother, so why did you issue him a death match? However, Yi Wushuang said nothing. Just because my brother suppressed you? You and Yi Qin are like brothers, and Yi Chen is my brother's brother-in-law. Su Youwei's expression was extremely complicated. Speaking of which, we're considered family. Since we're family, what hatred can't be resolved? Must we fight to the death? She originally thought that the person in front of her would more or less listen to her good intentions. But his expression was still cold. Are you done? You. Su Youwei was furious. If you're done, then move aside. Yi Wushuang did not say anything else. Subsequently, under countless gazes, he took a step forward and turned into a sword gleam that flashed towards the first peak's main peak. Be asterisk starred, you be asterisk starred. Su Youwei, who was standing on the spot, was on the verge of tears. Her eyes were slightly red. Yi Qin is like this, and so are you. Why are you doing this to me? Everyone raised their heads and looked at the misty clouds with reverence. In the middle, there was a lotus seat condensed from spirit talismans, and a figure sat cross-legged on it. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe, but he had a head of white hair. His eyes were deep and vast like the starry sky, giving off a feeling that dogs could not look at him directly. He did not release any aura, but when he stood there it was as if the entire world was under his feet. This person was the Sword sect master, Ling Xuanzi. Everyone could not help but look down and discover that there were two figures on the two lotus seats beside him. Compared to the Sword sect master, Ling Xuanzi, the two figures seemed older. However, their faces were extremely dignified like two gods. It was the first Peak's Peak Master, Old Man Mysterious Sword, together with Elder Heaven Sword and Elder Earth Sword who died in Yi Chen's hands earlier. They were known as the three supreme giants of the first peak. Yi Wushuang, have you thought it through? The first Peak's Peak Master, Old Man Mysterious Sword, looked straight at the clouds with an extremely cold gaze. Once the challenge is issued, only one of you can live. Yi Wushuang did not say anything. Instead, he looked down at the first peak from above. With a wave of his hand, a sword gleam immediately landed in a cave abode on the first peak. At the next moment, an extremely calm voice exploded in the first peak. The Sword sect's ninth peak's Yi Wushuang challenges the first peak's Su Qilin. Since we're going to determine who's stronger, we'll also decide life and death. Chapter 879. The Sword sect's ninth peak's Yi Wushuang challenged the first peak's Su Qilin. It was a battle of life and death. Boom! The world was suddenly filled with extremely dense sword intent, and under this sword intent, there was a thunderous sound that interweaved endlessly. It's a sword invitation. Yi Wushuang actually sent a sword invitation to Su Qilin. Looks like this is really a fight to the death. At this moment, countless people's expressions changed. The so-called sword invitation was the most formal procedure between sword cultivators. It was like a life and death agreement between ordinary martial artists. Once it was sent out, it could not be taken back unless the challenged party did not accept it. Swoosh! In an instant, everyone subconsciously looked towards a cave abode less than 300 meters away from the first peak. It was the first peak's Sword Son's cave abode, and it was not far from the Peak Master's cave abode. From this, one could see Su Qilin's status in the first peak. However, to everyone's disappointment, the stone door of the cave abode was tightly shut. There was no reaction at all, as if no one was inside. What's going on? This life and death agreement has been spread for many days, and Su Qilin has accepted it. Now that Yi Wushuang's sword invitation is here, logically speaking, Su Qilin should have reacted. Could it be that Su Qilin is afraid of fighting? A few seconds later, the quiet crowd exploded into an uproar. Countless people could not hold back the doubts in their hearts and started whispering to each other. Yi Wushuang. Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded out from the crowd. Eldest senior brother has yet to return. If you really want to challenge him, why don't you let me, Zhuodangfeng, seek his guidance? As soon as he finished speaking, A sword gleam soared into the sky, and a powerful aura rippled out between heaven and earth. When the sword gleam descended, a young man in white appeared. The young man's aura was completely revealed, and he did not conceal his killing intent at all. It's the first peak's second senior brother, Zhuo Dangfeng. Why did this person appear at this time? With the appearance of this person, the originally quiet crowd gradually became noisy. The sword sect's first peak should have 8 disciples, and Su Qilin was ranked first. Below him was Zhuo Dangfeng. Someone chuckled. I'm afraid you guys don't know this. 2 months ago, Zhuo Dangfeng went to the 9th peak to challenge Yi Wushuang. In the end, he almost died under Yi Wushuang's sword. As soon as he said that, everyone present came to a realization. It turned out that Zhuo Dangfeng held a grudge against Yi Wushuang because of his previous defeat. Yi Wushuang, I was defeated by you last time because I'm not as skilled as you. Hearing the whispers below, Zhuo Dangfeng's expression was extremely terrible. He sized Yi Wushuang up coldly. However, I've improved in the past 2 months. Do you dare to fight me? Before Yi Wushuang entered the sword sect, Su Qilin was the number 1 person in the younger generation, and Zhuo Dangfeng was number 2. However, after Yi Wushuang arrived and his reputation rose, many people faintly regarded him as the second most powerful person in the younger generation of the sword sect. Naturally, Zhuo Dangfeng was displeased. That was why he went to the 9th peak, to prove himself. However, he did not expect to lose to Yi Wushuang. That was his humiliation for the past 2 months. Zwa! Before Yi Wushuang could speak, a sneer came from afar. You're just a defeated opponent of youngest junior brother. What right do you have to challenge him? Why don't you let me play with you? In the next moment, a few sword gleams flashed over. The person in the lead was wearing the 9th peak's uniform. It was the 9th peak's eldest senior brother, Gu Quan. Behind him were Hua Ling and the rest. Zhuo Dangfeng smiled disdainfully. Gu Quan, a piece of trash like you dares to challenge me? Aren't you also a piece of trash in youngest junior brother's eyes? Gu Quan did not want to be outdone and retorted. Since we're both trash, why do you need to criticize me? You. Zhuo Dangfeng was furious. Youngest junior brother, don't agree to this guy's request. Gu Quan smirked coldly and looked up at Yi Wushuang. He wants to exhaust you in advance so that you won't be able to unleash your full strength in the upcoming battle. A hint of panic flashed through Zhuo Dangfeng's eyes when he heard that, but he quickly hid it. What? Don't tell me you don't dare? If you don't even dare to accept my challenge, what right do you have to challenge eldest senior brother? As soon as he finished speaking, many disciples of the first peak immediately laughed out loud. Senior brother Zhuo is right. Yi Wushuang, you don't even dare to accept senior brother's challenge. What right do you have to challenge eldest senior brother? Hurry up and go back to your 9th peak to sleep. Everyone says that the 9th peak has always been incomparably cowardly and spineless. Now that I've seen it today, it really lives up to its reputation. For a moment, several extremely discordant laughter resounded throughout the arena. When the ridicule entered the ears of Gu Quan and the rest, it was as if a knife was stabbing their hearts. At that moment, Yi Wushuang, who had been silent all this while, slowly said, I'll accept it. Youngest junior brother. Gu Quan's expression changed. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhuo Dangfeng immediately smiled and said, All right, since that's the case, let's go to the arena. With that, he was about to fly to the stone platform that had already been built in the air. However, a cold voice immediately rang out. No need, I can kill you here. Zhuo Dangfeng suddenly turned around. What greeted him was a sword gleam descending. Sword intent whistled and landed on his body in an instant. Boom! The entire void shook, as if the entire world was trembling in that instant. A bloody mist exploded. Zhuo Dangfeng's body suddenly collapsed, and his soul was forcefully crushed by the whistling sword chi storm. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew over, scattering the stench of blood to every corner of the world. At that moment, the originally noisy ground suddenly became completely silent. Everyone looked at the white-clothed figure with shock in their eyes. A pseudo-emperor stage genius was killed in the blink of an eye. Even his soul didn't manage to escape. Whoosh! A few seconds later, the ground was in an uproar. Senior brothers Hua. When the rest of the first peak disciples reacted, they immediately glared at Yi Wuxuang with hatred and fear. Too powerful. Zhuo Dongfeng's strength was ranked second among the first peak disciples, but he was killed just like that. Impudent. On the Lotus platform, the first peak's peak master, Old Man Mysterious Sword, was instantly enraged. Yi Wuxuang, how dare you! This person overestimated himself and challenged me. He deserves to die. Wuxuang doesn't know why he's so bold. A piece of trash like him who can't even take a single strike from me will only waste the sect's resources if he stays in this world. Yi Wuxuang's expression was like a 1,000-year-old cold pond, calm and composed. Moreover, those who insult my 9th peak will die. Those who enter my 9th peak will die. These 7 words that seemed to be short and calm, however, revealed an extreme killing intent. This killing intent caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. Those who insult your 9th peak will die. Yi Wuxuang, how dare you! Rumble, a deafening voice, suddenly exploded in the air. It was cold and dignified, as if it belonged to a high and mighty emperor. Invincible, unparalleled. He ruled the world and was as dignified as an immortal.